I must not fall.
Yeah, sorry getting a bit of a late start. I'm coming down with whatever kind of cold thing my wife had, I think. And my sleep schedule's just been way off lately. Yeah, the engage is nice. Enchanters can be good, but you gotta be careful what you're getting into there. Do Rakan. I have been liking Lulu lately, but it's really just with Twitch. A little bit of both, Fane. I have some coffee coming up soon. Well, my wife has had this, I don't know, some kind of something for like almost a month. And I've managed to dodge most of it, but I think I might be getting it. She wasn't sick most of the time that I was sick for like 2 months back in, like November and December. I mean, we've got a better team comp, I think, but the field support guy, I'm a little worried about that. I don't know. The volley's pretty good. Yeah, Lulu's pretty tough. She's not my favorite to go against. You don't really like to see a support being filled. Like their Olaf is a Thresh main. Especially something that's that risky. And he should have just played something like Soraka top. It would have been fine. Yeah, they buffed Lulu like twice. Last 3 or 4 patches. They increased her shield amount from like 220 to 240, I think. Something like that. And they lowered the cooldown from 10 seconds flat at all ranks to 8 seconds flat at all ranks. And they've nerfed Leona and Nautilus. And those 2 champs get banned a lot.
Nothing important should be taken seriously.
Some of the champs that she's particularly good with have been on the rise a little bit too. So especially Twitch. I talked about that in my ADC video. People still don't play him a lot, but she's very good with Twitch. She's very good with Kog'Maw. Both of those are kind of on the rise.
What humans call magic, we call life.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I think Zaya told me to improvise. At least, that's the only part of the plan I remember.
And she's good with champs that, like, want movement. So, like, the Rise of Shirelia's as a really good support item. I've been very good with her because she's not amazing with redemption. She's okay, but, like, with the plus healing and shielding's not amazing on her. Shirelia also gives plus healing and shielding as well. But, that just allows her to kind of double down on the movement speed with her W plus Shirelia's. So that makes her pretty good with stuff like Set and Darius, which are really strong right now, and then Olaf also.
Magic isn't supposed to be safe.
Yeah, I go through phases every now and then where I'll play her, and you know, sometimes I'll go on like a streak where I'll get like 60% over like 50 to 100 games. But then she almost always ends up, by the end of the season, if I play her for like 100 games, she always ends up being closer to like 50%. Well, that's because she's single target. So she doesn't have any like AoE, but she's very good if you have one person that's like, you know, really important on your team, especially the AD carry, then she's pretty good. Also, obviously, really good with things like Master Yi. Anything that wants to auto attack a lot. So she's good with like the meatballs that want a lot of speed, and she's good with stuff that wants to auto a lot. Here's up top. He got 3 buffed. He's gonna be pissed.
Is my cloak right? Yes, it is. I was worried.
Get them all off. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Is that triple kill?
Okay, Rakan. Get him watching.
How did Corky beat them over there? Seems pretty brutal. How low is he? Not low.
I'm here to party.
He's probably gonna... Udyr's very good at dueling, especially early on. Alright, he's just getting the scuttle. But he might invade after that. Yeah, I think I might be sick, getting sick again. I've been trying my best. I've been like sleeping in a different room trying to avoid my wife, but
I mean, seriously.
she's been pretty sick for like a month, and she's just kind of like stopped covering up her coughs and stuff. So we'll see. I thought maybe I had like built up a little tolerance for it. She's been sick for like a month and a half. Or maybe not a month and a half, but like a month. And I was like, well, if I don't have it yet, you know, hopefully I just got like some mild exposure to it, and then my immune system just won. But I mean, we'll see. Maybe I'll just get a little mild version.
I can't die looking this good.
All started with the daughter, of course. Wait, what? Why though, man? I mean, I guess she doesn't typically get a BF sword. She had a perfect 1300 for a BF sword.
Look right.
There's got to be something you can get.
Show it.
I know, man. I know. I mean, I don't have the smite though, you know, like. Okay, we're gonna be up a little bit of CS.
The only way to understand magic is to plunge into it. Move with it. Dance and dance. Not wish to kill the mortals. I want them to hear the music.
Low on mana. Almost got enough for an all-in though. Ooh, if she hit that. Udyr's gonna be here, isn't he?
What beauty truly
Like another dangerous situation.
Why, dude?
I'm gonna show people some of the strength.
So stupid, man. It's like everyone's pinging back. He's like, I got it, man. I got the 1v5. Got the highlight reel.
Without wild magic,
Support keeps pinging. He doesn't have mana. Everyone else is trying to run. This is why you never try to trade kills. Like, if he goes in,
you shall transcend.
even if he gets that kill, Corky's still probably gonna kill him. You know, it's just gonna be a 1-for-1, and that's why even going for 1v1s is just not a good idea most of the time, because if you fail, like, you know, you lose. You want stuff where if you take it and it doesn't go right, then you don't really lose that much. You know, you want risk-free stuff. Dude, I always know how you feel, Kamoy. The difference is a lot of these people were Diamond last season. Or at least Platinum. It's like the top 3% of players, but it's fine.
It's all filthy and dangerous. And that's why I love it.
What? I thought I heard the noise. Did y'all not hear Corky's little noise? Is it glitched? His little whatever the hell that sound is? Like, indicating his W? That's like the only reason I activated my ults, because I thought he jumped in. I want to hear that audio again. Unless there's some other, like, particle that he has that makes that noise. I thought it was only his W, though. I mean, which champion hasn't stayed in the role it's intended for? I would say, if anything, most people would probably complain that they try to over-regulate the roles that champions can be played in. Like, if something gets played outside of its intended role for too long, a lot of times they end up nerfing it if it's a flex pick in solo queue, or in pro play, rather. Because flex picks in pro play are particularly strong. Well, I guess I just screwed up. I haven't played against a Corky in a while. I thought that was his Valkyrie sound, so. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, they're nerfing Soraka. Like, one patch of that, they're gonna nerf it. I mean, Soraka's been around for 10 years, and she's never been played outside of
I've been kicked around since
support consistently.
It's all right.
At, like, high-level play.
I'm staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, like, in pro play right now, people are just like, well, why this, why that? I mean, a lot of times, it's they're exploiting the support items, and so, like, people are starting to realize that anything where you can kind of cheat the power curve and get really cheap items that are very effective earlier than other people, has the potential to be, overpowered. You know, that was the lesson with Ivern. It's been the lesson with Lulu, Karma. Soraka's just kind of the newest iteration of that. Because she has been very strong for a while. I mean, I was talking about why she was so strong in November and into December. Why she's so strong top right now is a lot of top laners aren't playing Engage anyways. You want a Soraka on your team, but you also need Engage. So if you put her in the top lane, you can still run a Nautilus or a Leona or whatever in bot lane, have your Engage, and have your Soraka too. Like, that's the main, that's the main thing. Especially in pro right now, where everybody's playing Ornn middle. I'm not entirely sure what's up with that, but I think everyone's just desperate for Engage, and that's just like one of the best places for it. Like, everyone wants Aatrox top, because he's really strong, but then people also want Engage. You are still seeing some Ornn top, but people have started running like Ornn middle. So that's my best explanation for it, is why it's top now instead of like support in pro. Just because in pro you need the Engage in a lot of comps.
I don't need anything.
And just that she gets to cheat on the items, pretty much. Yeah, they're gonna nerf it next patch. I hope they don't nerf the support items. They need to make it to where non-supports can't get support items, like I've been saying for years. That's how you get around that problem. Say, look, you have to have, like, a completed quest item before you can get those support items. And you need to make the quest, like, impossible to get if you're not, like, in a duo lane. Basically, kind of like Targon's Buckler. To an extent, maybe even tougher requirements.
Don't leave nothing. Bring it all.
Well, that's good.
I got a call.
Some of the mid's still a bit unusual, but like it can work.
Taking so long to get back to the action.
He does have Rift also, which is pretty obnoxious. Those rockets hurt, man. Tori has her ult. I don't know why she didn't ult the Olaf. Maybe she just never was close enough.
I don't want a world
I think we're just gonna have to give that up. Possibly. Yeah, I don't have my ult. Ha! Ori got it. Yeah, I guess we'll go with that. Nice. I need to get another control ward, but I don't know. I have just enough for Forbidden Idol. I'm about to have my ult back again, so I want that CDR. Yeah. I mean, that's been very common in a lot of games recently. Is the Ornn middle and Soraka top. It's basically runs Soraka in top lane, and you have some kind of engage, at least in one other role.
I have got to stop talking myself. Damn it, Zion, where are you?
There goes her smoke, but she sees me. Really? All three of them? I thought maybe Udyr would be there, and I was like, okay, I can get away from Udyr. But if they've got Lulu with it, I guess I shouldn't have done that. I thought I just saw her mid, but
seen moves like mine.
Killing spree. Shut down.
Hey, what's up, Kamoy? I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. I wouldn't get too stressed about it, man. It's fine. Like, I would try not to. I mean, it's always easy for someone to say who's not stressed. But I mean, like, people just don't, like, you can't learn without, you know, having some setbacks, right? Otherwise, you just never learn anything. Sometimes, you know, you just can hit a plateau, and sometimes you just hit whatever your max is, too. I don't know. And I think that's okay. Like, this illusion of constantly having to have, like, exponential progress is really, like, just not congruent with reality a lot of times. And that's fine, too. I mean, I talk about, like, basketball at the YMCA sometimes. Like, not everyone's going to be pro. Like, most people can't be pro. I'm never going to be a pro player. NBA, you know, most people are not going to be pro players ever. That doesn't mean you can't just go play, like, some pickup ball with your friends at the YMCA. It's like, doesn't mean you can't just play League and have fun, even if you're bronze or whatever. And it's like so much of League culture just makes it seem like you're a terrible person if you're not, like, you know, on track to hit Challenger. It's just kind of that age of exceptionalism that we have, where just, like, kind of the exceptional cases get really magnified. Because of the internet, you know. Okay, there we go. And a lot of students, you know, deal with that too, not just in terms of gaming, but just like with social media and stuff like that. You'll see people that are like, it seems like they're out doing all this awesome stuff, and they're like, everybody's doing something cool except for you, but it's really not the case most of the time. Just like a lot of the content creators that you see, almost all of them are at least Diamond, and many of them are probably Challenger or Master. And so it can seem like, you know, you're the only person that's not Challenger or Master, when in fact, you know, it just doesn't show the other, you know, 99 million people that are not, you know, Diamond or higher.
They will see me. They will see my dance.
How do they all get down there? No, 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 no. Please don't just give up, Baron. I mean, there's a lot of people that fell out of college, too. It happens. I mean, there are a lot of good careers you can get without college. I think there's too much pressure on young people to go to college, too. I tell you, there's several students in my class that are going to fail this semester. They just never show up. And then you can always, you know, go back later and stuff too. I mean, so I don't know. I mean, I would just say that it seems like everybody's awesome and everyone's doing everything better than you, but it's really like you know, if you look at social media or just like any sort of content,
My lady.
you know, you're always gonna find someone that's better than you at anything, unless you're literally the best in the world. I would just try, you know, it's good to have goals, it's good to have ambition, but, you know, try not to compare yourself excessively to other people, especially on, you know, social media platforms. I didn't get the ignite on her. Oh, we still got her though. Because social media in many ways is artificial. You know, like I just said, like it's typically real people doing relatively real stuff, but it's just a very small sample size, and our brains just don't process statistics very well. Like we don't understand, you know, what we don't see most of the time, and we don't see the vast majority of people. Yeah, not showing up's rough. I mean, my senior year, there was one class I didn't show up for. I still got a good grade in it. Well, I didn't show up to the lecture. I showed up to the, like, the discussion group or whatever for this history class. But it was super early in the morning. And I don't know. I just wasn't motivated. I still did fairly well, but... what? Jit? But yeah, in general, you know, you need to be showing up for most of your classes. I mean, I have like a fairly forgiving like attendance policy, but it has to be the departmental policy. Like I give the lowest amount possible in penalties, but you have to give penalties for freshman classes. Sometimes there are some senior classes where you don't have to show up, but that's just part of it. I will say it's extremely rare, though, where people... Sometimes you have someone who shows up, or who doesn't show up, that's, like, still really smart and they can do well in the class without showing up. Most students who don't show up also don't turn in work, and the work, if they do turn in anything, it's usually, like, not very good quality.
Humans call it battle. It's just a dance.
Right. Well, you know, you decide, Kimoy. Like I said, I think there are a lot of really good careers out there that do not involve college. And I think I would actually believe at some point in the next year that college attendance is going to trend down if it's not already doing so. It's because it's so expensive for so many people. It doesn't guarantee jobs like it used to for most careers. I don't know if I have proper ward coverage for this. Okay. I guess we can take a look at it. I got a zone though. Dude, deer there? Yeah, just don't even risk the Baron steal. Just get another inhibitor. I don't know about ending, Ori. Just get in. Okay. Good click. Sorry about the knees. Yeah, I mean, the trade schools are great. There's a lot of different stuff, too. I mean, you got the plumbers, the electricians, things like that, IT stuff. I think there are some IT things where you don't have to have an undergrad degree. There was one guy in Ohio that I knew at the card shop who, he had a lot of experience from the military doing IT, I think, without a degree. If he's to be trusted, I don't know. He seemed like a really cool guy. I was talking with him, but sometimes people embellish a little bit with what they do. I mean, Yumi has been played in pro a few times. Not a lot, but in that Soraka comp that people were talking about earlier with the Faker, against Faker rather. You know, Soraka top, Yumi support, Olaf jungle, Ornn middle, and I think Aphelios. You just gotta, I mean, you just gotta try to start implementing the stuff that I talk about all the time on the channel. You just gotta macro better. I mean, that's the solution to most things. It's just make better decisions. I mean, you could pick, I mean, I was a philosophy, man. My undergrad, I was English philosophy and religious studies. I mean, the truth is, for a lot of degrees, if you just want some kind of office job doing sales or, you know, there's a lot of fairly generic office jobs that really don't care what degree you have. They just want someone who has ambition, you know, that can improve their company. So if you can do that through, you know, taking some of those other majors, I think that's fine. Philosophy's pretty solid if you're going into law also. But it depends on the kind of philosophy that you're taking and what you do with it. But yeah, in general, there's not like a philosophy job you can go get other than like try to become a professor. But philosophy departments are shrinking quite a bit. So I think it can help you. The thing is, like, degrees like that can really help you sharpen your critical thinking. And help just improve your critical thinking and your communication. And that's going to be good in almost any career that you want to get. So yeah, you're not going to have the specialized knowledge to be an engineer or to be like a nurse or something like that. But you can do other things with it. I had a friend that was in med school that said, you know, a lot of times med schools like people that are a little different, that are a little, you know, spicy in some ways. So he said they, you know, they would take in things like philosophy majors or English majors or things like that. You have to, you know, complete the like the pre-med stuff. You know, you got to have your organic chemistry and all that kind of stuff, but you can still major in something other than biology or chemistry. Most doctors major in biology or chemistry just because you're already taking a lot of those classes anyways to meet the requirements to apply to med school. But in theory, you could take other things, or you could double major. And he said that, you know, gets people's attention. He said it doesn't necessarily mean you'll get the degree. You still have to do well on the MCAT. You still have to have good grades. But, you know, if all else is equal, they might take a dice roll on you. Because a big thing in medicine that there are definitely some doctors that are not good at are, like, people skills, dealing with patients, dealing with your staff, and things like that. And so people just making, like, on-the-spot, like, really tough decisions, making ethical decisions and things like that. And that kind of stuff can be solid. I have a friend that was he was a doctor for a while. I think he still does some stuff with his practice, but just kind of out of nowhere, he got thrown in, like, an administrative position where he's having to make kind of these, like, ethical decisions and budget decisions and things like that. Ironically enough, the administration positions tend to make less money than the actual practicing physicians because they make so much money off of procedures, surgeries, and things like that. So, you know, because I was like, wow, that's really good. He's like, well, it's sort of good. It's not great, though, is what he was saying. He's like, yeah, I'm in a position of authority over these other doctors, but they're making a lot more money than me most of the time. So it's one of those weird things where, like, your boss or the administrator might actually make less than the worker. I guess that happens in sales probably quite a bit, too. If you have somebody who just, like, doesn't do sales, they just, like, manage, you know, something about the company. And then the salesperson's just like rocking, selling all this crazy stuff, making a lot of commission. I guess that happens more than I probably think, but anyways. So, you know, the point is you can major in the humanities type of stuff. You just have to actually, like, learn stuff out of it, and be cool with, you know, the kinds of careers you can get with it. So, you can always do, like, education or something like that, too, if you like teaching, like, high school or, you know, if you're going to do a humanities class and or a humanities major and you're kind of open for whatever, English is kind of the Rolls Royce. It's not great job prospects, but it's a lot better than, like, philosophy or, you know, certainly than things like gender studies and stuff like that. It's... You know, it's got more career opportunities. I guess poli-sci probably has some, if you want to work as, like, an aide for a political candidate or something like that. History's probably, like, all right, but a lot of humanities departments really just don't have that much. The nice thing about, and then this will be it, and then I'm going to get my drink, and then I'll go ahead and put us back in queue. The nice thing about something like English, or maybe history to a lesser extent, is that if you go to grad school for those things, you probably don't pay any money for the grad school, because you're going to get a teaching assistantship most of the time. So that waives all of your tuition. You get paid on top of that. Now, you don't get paid very much, and you don't have amazing job prospects once you graduate, but at least you don't have any debt. So there's that. Versus if you go to law school or something like that, or med school, then you get slammed with debt, and if you don't like it or you don't do well at it, you could be saddled with a ton of debt. So at least it's relatively risk-free if you go for something like English, aside from the fact that, you know, you're giving up collateral time you could have spent, you know, in a career that was making you 30,000 plus right out of undergrad, most likely. Instead, you're going to grad school and making, you know, half of that. But, I mean, I think it would almost be worth, if you just enjoy it, if you just want to become, like I said, a better critical thinker, or whatever, just even going, if you have an undergrad degree in something like English, just pick up the master's, why not? And then if you want to go, like, you know, do some business or something, pick up some business on the side. I really I thought that I learned a lot of good critical thinking in grad school, even though, like, they use a lot of, like, weird fancy terms and theories and stuff. Some of that doesn't translate over, but some stuff really does. So I did grad school just because, I mean, a big part of it was I just, you know, wanted to try to improve myself, try to be a better critical thinker and things like that. I did have some, like, illusions of grandeur of becoming, like, an actual, you know, high-rolling professor, but I don't regret it. Anyways, let me grab my coffee. I'll be right back. I'll put us back in queue here. We're back. I mean, my advice that I always tell young people, is, you know, and this isn't an option for everybody, but in general, if possible, at least prioritize doing something that you actually enjoy or tolerate, or you can tolerate. I know that sounds crazy, but I think there's a huge, like, crazy in the fact that everyone should be doing that, but there's a huge push among people just to pick something that makes good money or that their parents want them to do, usually because it makes good money or has good job security. There are jobs that are kind of like that, you know, like, you know, nursing, IT, things like that. But especially, and I've got a lot of friends that are, you know, in their 30s now, and if you're doing something that you hate, it really starts to add up after a little bit, or things that you don't like. Like, I've got a friend that is a nurse practitioner, you know, she makes really good money, but, you know, she just told me the other month, she was just like, I really wish I'd done something else, I hate it. She's like, but I'm in so deep, I can't get out. And I think that there's a lot of people that are kind of like that. They just really hate their job, or they just kind of go through the motions. And I just feel like if you're younger, I mean, maybe this is just me and my priorities, but I feel like, you know, I'd rather take a job that was making, you know, $20,000 or $30,000 less, and actually enjoy the job, and just cut money elsewhere, you know, just eat out less, live in a smaller space, get your clothes from a thrift shop. You know, I feel like there are all kinds of ways you can cut your cost and still, you know, live the kind of lifestyle that you want to live, but then also, you know, get a job that you're at least neutral to, if not positive. Because most people, you're working, you know, half of your life that you're awake, you know. Not all of it, but kind of close, you know. Awake, on average, probably 16 hours a day, at your job 8 hours a day. Most of the time, not including, like, commute or any extra. I mean, the 40-hour work week, especially in salary jobs, is kind of becoming a myth. You know, most people are working way more than that. I like Lulu with Vayne, but I don't know. Can I trust this Vayne? That's usually a bad idea. I usually have to count on Vayne going like 0-4 in the laning phase. So that's my advice. I think there are ways to make money on the side, and there are definitely lots of ways to save money and just, you know, enjoy what you're doing as much as possible. I tried Tarek the other night, man. I gotta tell you, I was not impressed. He was good during the laning phase. When you're laning against something like a Leona or a Nautilus, he can definitely be good, but... Well, yeah, I'm saying that a lot of people work more than that also. Well, I mean, that's true. Yeah, part-time jobs are like that too. But if you're doing that, a lot of people work multiple part-time jobs. I'm saying most people do not just work 40 hours. Was kind of my main point. Either one way or another. Through one job that's salaried, or through multiple part-time jobs. I mean, I work multiple part-time jobs, basically. What would be considered part-time. But you're right. I mean, a lot of places will keep you under a certain threshold. When I worked in a restaurant many years ago, it used to be 32 hours was the cutoff. So they would always give you 31. Because if you got 32, they'd have to offer you health insurance. Like the option to buy health insurance, but then they have to chip in like some percentage of that. Yeah, it's not a Vayne main. I maybe should have dodged. Did we get... We didn't get Yi or Irelia, did we? Yeah, Nah, I mean, medieval peasants... Well, it depends on what you mean by work. Like, the concept of work is different. Like, was different back in medieval times, but... No, I mean, they were out doing stuff, you know, like, the entire time. I feel a lot of times. Whenever there was daylight, they were working on stuff. It was hard to just survive back then.
Consequences only matter if I don't get away.
But yeah, I mean, like, the job back then was, you know, tending to your farm and your lands. Like, all day, every day, like farmers. But that's, I mean, that's different. Like, farm, like, that basically is a job, but it's kind of different. I mean, you did have a boss in many ways, like whoever the lord was in the area. And you had to give him a cut. I mean, it's basically like a mafia. He'd shake you down for some more food. Well, I don't know. It's hard to be bored if you're always wondering if you're going to die. I mean, maybe. Stifling science. I guess they had that warded. What? I don't want to lose that much experience. I'm going to have to just eat a potion, probably. I mean, I think they were doing basically like, kind of like today, what we would call science. I mean, there was a lot of, I know what you're saying, like kind of religious stuff, trying to set back certain kinds of experimentation and things like that, but they were still like trying stuff out and trying to learn things. It wasn't like a formal, you know, enlightenment, empirical method type of thing, but... I mean, most people couldn't read or write. The only time when you could read or write was either if you were clergy or... I think a lot of royalty couldn't even do it, or a lot of nobles, I should say, couldn't do it. The royalty probably could, but a lot of nobles probably couldn't read. I mean, there was just no point, really, like, in learning how to read a lot of times. Because there weren't that many books. Unless you were really rich, like, books were very expensive. I was hoping he'd take a power shot off of that. Renaissance. I mean, Renaissance is a little different than medieval. Vayne, please.
An ally has been slain.
I mean, people were making, like, steps forward. Pretty much always in history, for the most part. I mean, the only time in the West when there was a major backswing was what people call the Dark Ages, like the fall of the Roman Empire. I can't wait to see what I'm gonna do. I think that even probably gets a bad rap, though. I'm not an expert, but I think that a lot of kind of history is starting to show that there was more, that there were at least some kinds of, like, progress going on during the Dark Ages. Definitely in the Middle East, that was like their golden age. A lot of times it's kind of that, like 500 to 1,000 type of range. When we think of the Romans as this like great like bastion of civilization, in many ways they were, but there was some really barbaric stuff about them too. And a lot of their technologies, like I'd heard certain kinds of armor and other like types of things, other types of tech they stole from the Germanic tribes they conquered. But yeah, I mean, Romans held slaves, Romans did all kinds of, like, pretty brutal things. They're just in positions of power, so they're writing the history books, you know? So, of course, they're gonna look favorable. a lot of times. But we just don't know a lot about a ton of the people, like the other tribes, because they weren't literate. Other than just the stuff that we, you know, find, and we can kind of like try to surmise about what their culture was like and what they did. Bronze Age collapse. I don't know. Is that... I'm not sure exactly what gets classified.
Why stop being sad and be awesome instead?
Is that the Roman? I think that's the Roman era, right?
Anybody there?
I mean, Romans did do a lot of really nice stuff, and they had some pretty, like, impressive science for the time, like the aqueducts and things like that. I mean, they were, like, kind of cutting edge for a long time, but... it's built on dark. Yeah. I mean, there's always two sides of that coin. When you don't have, like, this huge empire kind of suppressing everybody with the Romans, it allows other people to come through. And one interesting thing that I'm pretty sure I learned this in grad school, where, like, we actually would not have copies of, I think it's Plato. It's either Aristotle or Plato, or maybe both of them, if, some like Middle Eastern cultures had not found value in his writing and preserved it. Like, there would not have been any copies of like either Plato or Aristotle, but he was actually lost in the West for a long time. But I guess like traders in the East or something got copies of his works and decided to preserve it. Are we dead? We're probably dead, right? Oh my gosh. And then in the medieval times, we picked him back up again. Bronze Age is pre-Roman. Maybe. I mean, I think like the Greeks and the Romans are thought to have been kind of the, at least for a lot of Western like history books, is sort of the zenith of the ancient era. But once again, it just depends. I mean, China had a lot of good stuff going on. Dude, that is twice now. He's screwed me over with that condemn. It's like, bro, wait till I knock him up. He's 6. Yeah, I was about to say, we're gonna be screwed here. Oh yeah, there's a ton of really smart, like, awesome people, I'm sure, over history that just are never remembered because it wasn't written down.
Don't leave nothing. Bring it on.
I mean, it's pretty much, like, for the most part, unless you were, like, pretty high up the food chain politically, like, you weren't going to be, you weren't really going to be remembered or written about. I mean, books were extremely expensive and rare.
You're only given a little smart.
Very few people could write them.
You mustn't lose it.
That's why, like, your perspectives are often pretty limited. I mean, there were some, like, during the Roman era, there were some, you know, independent philosophers and poets and things like that. They were pretty well remembered, but a lot of times it's, you know, people writing about the, like, the noble family, or people that are related to the noble family, like wars and things like that. Or he's dead from the Nautilus roam. Yeah, when you play Vayne, you just pretty much give up the lane. Yeah, and if they have like a Nautilus or something, he's just gonna run wild and kill everybody in the mid game. So you have no control over your lane. You can't pressure or punish a lot of times. Hit it into the wall. Can you pin it? Can you pin it into the wall? I think a lot of it is just people are just really bad on Vayne. honestly. Like, that's a huge deal.
An enemy has been slain.
Bro, I don't have mana. Oh my god.
You have been slain.
Mana, why, dude? Why? Like, we already got Nautilus's flash. You know I don't have any cooldowns, I just used them all. You know it's Vayne.
Humans will never understand
That's a
our
sad day.
kind until they know the story. Is my cloak right? Yes, it is.
I mean, yeah, they thought some kind of dumb stuff, but I mean, like, if we looked at ourselves in another 200 years or something, we're gonna think we believe some pretty dumb stuff too. Even right now, like, if you think about how much do you actually know about most stuff that you interact with on a daily basis without the internet or like looking something up. I mean, I don't know anything about anything hardly. I don't know how refrigerators work. I mean, sort of. I know they move heat, but I can't fix one. Like, I just need to ban Nautilus.
Enemy has been slain.
And Leona. I have a decent win rate against him, but... Eight auto attacks later, Jhin walks out. Jhin auto attacks her like 3 times. She's probably dead. Vayne auto attacks him like 8 times. No problem. I shouldn't have gone that deep against Nautilus. They have so much like chase potential. Like Nautilus can lock you up for like 5 seconds, and then Jin's got his W and his ult.
I will walk in. I will dance.
I don't think Vayne's good with it. I don't think Vayne's good in those circumstances. I mean, if you're like really good on Vayne, sure, but like she takes a long time to come online. I just think there's almost always a better pick than Vayne. Vayne is fun. You know, I like playing Vayne like on smurf accounts, but
I don't need anything.
Vayne's really good against tanks, but how many tanks do we see in the meta? It's like Ornn. That's it. It's really dangerous to think about the meta in terms of like one-to-one basis. Yes, Tarek, you know, in terms of one-on-one or two-on-two is pretty good against things like Nautilus or Leona, but he doesn't have like really reliable engage, and he's like melee. He's a peeler tank, and I think a lot of peeler tanks are just really bad in solo queue. I mean, his win rate's like all right, but some of that's also buffed up by the fact that he's used in
An enemy has been slain.
yeah, I will maybe do some smurf at some point. I just don't have it right now. She's dead anyways, doesn't matter. Can't even save her.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm just trying to live the moment.
Maybe in Diana we trust. Probably dead. Yo, what's up, Sammy? Are they gonna kill him? Okay, I think they got him. Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can play around the Diana. Barely had enough attack speed.
Let's see what these animals can do.
Yeah, if I get a 30-minute dodge, I do play during stream some, but yeah, especially when we get back to Diamond, we might consider doing
Without
like
wild
some
magic,
Smurf games every now and
we
then.
have no children, we have no future.
Huh. Hey, Sammy. Yeah, I'm starting to get sick again, I think. My wife's been sick for about a month, and I managed to dodge most of it, but I think I may finally be getting it. I don't know how I held out for so long, and then finally got it.
Ain't nothing I say should be taken seriously.
That's why I say a lot of times ADC just doesn't even matter.
I don't want to miss the start of the party.
It's like, it's jungler or mid, or both, a lot of times. I mean, ADC can matter some, but...
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
They will see me. They will see my dance.
Gotta do it, bruh. Bruh. Yeah, let's just buy. I think we're all rich. The Camille's doing very well, too. Yeah, I do think that top laner, if you play the right kinds of top laners, can be, like, influential. Because games are slowing down,
Zaya says someone
so
has
there's
to
more
die
opportunities
and
for
die.
split pushing and more opportunities for team fighting, you know? When games are over in, like, 25 minutes and Dragon has a huge priority, then, like, top laners a lot of times may not matter as much. But Dragons matter less now because they've been nerfed. They're still good, but, like, you still want them. But things like these fighter champs, like Camille and stuff like that, have a much better chance of, you know, getting a chance to shine.
Our kind will see the
That's going south real quick.
Shut down.
He might just throw a random web in that bush. So I gotta be aware of that. Couldn't get there fast enough. I didn't click fast enough. Pin. Oh, God, she's so bad. She could have easily pinned her into that thing. Painful to watch. Here's what it is. Nice, HA. Bring back Irelia. Dude, I got smoked by an Irelia earlier today, man. She's like 22-3. I played some off stream to try to like climb up a little bit since I didn't make it yesterday. I was at my grandma's birthday party and my sleep was just so disrupted because I was expecting the in-laws to come in, like they said they're gonna be there early AM. And so I was like, okay, I'll just stay up all night on Friday and see my wife off to work. Get her some coffee in the morning, hang out while she's getting ready. And then I'll just go sleep at 8 AM and get up at like 4 PM or something.
I got freedom. I got a lady. I got a car. That's who I am.
I'm just stalling just to get some time for that dragon. Give me credit for it. Give me credit. Hey. Can I get that dragon credit? But anyways, but then they got delayed, you know, they had some stuff going on in their town, and they'd end up showing up till like noon or something. So I should have just gone to sleep. But I ended up staying up all night, like between Thursday and Friday, and then I went to my grandma's birthday in the evening. Then we got home at like 10:30 or something, and I was just so tired. That silence is wrecking me. Please, Vayne, you gotta dodge stuff, man. Alright, they're not doing it, I don't think. Maybe, but there's not any tanks other than like Orange. I don't know. I feel like Irelia doesn't have a fantastic win rate overall, but I feel like if you're still like really good on Irelia, you can make her work. Rek'Sai is good in the early game. If you really leverage her gank. She has some pretty creative like gank paths, but she just falls off so hard, I feel like later on, if you're not like ultra fed. Yeah, someone needs to get these minions, man. Dude, we know they're there.
They ain't seen moves like mine.
Well, I mean, people just seem like they're better. I mean, it just takes a little while. It's, you know, it's not instant. It's like basically everybody is down like a league, pretty much. And just the people that are a lot stronger have moved up. And people just keep getting better, you know? You know, people in Season 10 are better than 9, and those people in Season 9 were better than people in Season 8. Things like that. People are just, you know, getting a lot better. No, 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 don't take it, Vayne. Don't take it, Vayne. Oh, God. We're lucky they didn't, like, flash ultra or something.
Love is supposed to hurt. Ecstasy.
She's down 100 CS, like, literally.
I am only as wild as magic. They will see my death. Then
Went out of the pit. I don't... Vayne dead, yeah. Oh my God, there's the Ori ult. What the... How did Diana and Ori not ult that entire fight? Well, it's gonna be Baron. Vayne doesn't heal. Was her ult on cooldown or something? Because I kind of went into the middle of like 3 people.
what humans call magic, we call life.
Wow, they really didn't Baron? What? I don't know. I guess it was risky to go in the way that I went in. It's just difficult because of that Nautilus. Nautilus and the Malzahar, like that Malzahar silence keeps wrecking me. I think it should give you credit for destroying a ward if you get a hit on it. as a support. Because a lot of times, in theory, you should be giving the ward, the last hit on the ward to a carry so that they get that money. But
I look good, feel good, let's kick some ass.
Camille's bottom. They're gonna get all my vision though. They have 3 sweepers on their team.
I dance because I'm free.
Just in time, TP, huh? Wait, why did she go way over there? Dude, yeah, I can't go in, man. They're gonna silence me. They're gonna ult me. Like, I understand. You should have gone in. Now everyone's scared that, like, Ori, like, that no one's gonna follow up. Like, Ori should ult either the Diana or me. But I'm scared that she's not gonna, like, you know, put her E on me and ult, though. Because she let me die last time and she never ulted the entire fight, so... Yeah, see? I just waited for a better fight. I think we might be able to just win off of that. Wait till they overcommit and go for us. Yeah, ping me a little more.
Time to troll Summoner's Rift and make both the enemy and allies team's life a living heck. Here's some Anivia support.
Okay. We're Platinum 3 something or other right now. I don't know. Like 60? Something like that. I don't know what Izzy is. We did win, yeah. But I think there just really was not a great time to get them. Like, they were spread out. Oh, I've got this set to, like, super slow-mo. I guess that's fine. I mean, let me see real quick. So, like, Camille waits until the very end. Like, they're really spread out. The person in front has a GA. They've got a Nautilus staring me down. They've got a Malzahar staring me down. Both of them with their ults. My team's playing super far back. I don't have the Ori ball on me. Camille just wastes her jump right there randomly. Jhin flashes, like, there's no good time to go in there. Ori's just sitting on her ball. Like, she should have the ball either on me or on Diana. Because she let me die in the previous fight. I mean, let me say it previous fight again. Because I tried basically what they're telling me to do. Like, I tried to force the engage. But, like, I ulted and then flashed onto, I don't remember who it was. Someone around the dragon pit. Yeah, E. Alright, go through here. Tag her. Ori's got her ult the whole time. You know, hit 3 people with the charm. Vayne and Ori just get completely zoned out by the Nautilus. It's like, y'all realize Nautilus does no damage, right? Like, very little damage. It's like the Vayne can keep hitting the Nautilus, but the Ori needed to step up. And, like, at least ult, you know? Like, have the ball on me. And then when I'm around those 3 people, if she shockwaved that, I think we maybe could have turned it around. But, like, that's why I didn't go in the second time. It wasn't a good engage to begin with, but second, I just didn't trust the Orianna after what happened in the previous fight, which was probably smart. So, like, if you just wait for them to engage onto you sometimes, when they have something like a Nautilus, then, like, I'll show that one. That's like a much better fight because, first of all, they're out of position. They're into you, and a lot of times their people will overcommit and, like, overcommit to that engage, and they're not watching you, so they're not spreading out ready for you to turn it around. Like, they lose their focus. I think it was... Okay, yeah, right here. So Camille gets grabbed by the Nautilus. I shield her. Come in. Grab both of them. And that's pretty much lights out. She took forever to use her ball on that, but it worked. She still didn't have her E on me. But, you know, once I knocked them up like that, then she just did a normal Q into R. Ribbon TP's really late. And then we just kill them all. But yeah, that was basically my knock-up in the Ori ult, in the Diana ult. Alright, Mitch, sounds good, man. Thanks. Is that for the next game? I think Jolty sent me a replay, though. We got to get that first, and then we can do the vision score. But yeah, so that's just kind of walking through different engages with Rakan, kind of based on what your team's doing. That was a 70% win rate, Vayne, by the way. So just, you know, having to call an audible there and say, hey, you know what, I learned from the last fight. We just need to pick a higher percentage engage. Like, I can't engage with the Ori. Like, if that was a challenger Ori or something like that, then I could engage. You know, because she's going to have the ball on me and she's going to be ready to go. But that Ori, just not. So I'm not, like, you know, trying to bash that Ori necessarily. I'm just saying, like, that's something, that's one of my biggest things is, and this happens all the time early on in seasons where I get pulled from Diamond down to Platinum. And I try to make Diamond plays in Platinum as a support, and it can fail. Now, I make a lot of mistakes, too. I'm not saying, oh, it's all good or bad teammates. But I think there's a definitely... some times when I am, you know, expecting too much. Now, I think sometimes when they say you can't expect anything, that's not true. Like, you just have, like, your team has to have a pulse or you're just going to lose the game. But you can take higher percentage plays a lot of times. If you're just a little more patient. Okay, let's go ahead and look at this. Zombie Ward. Gotta get that bush camp.
Let us fight. Even the patience of a god has limits. Come closer so you may witness my divine power.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
Alright, we go ahead and mod this. And, you know, if you guys like coaching sessions every now and then, or even if you don't, just stop by, you know, when I put them into the playlist every now and then and just, you know, drop by, just leave a like and a hey. Some of these, like, there's a coaching session I put up, like, a couple of days ago. It's got, like, 30 views or something on it. Now, that's fine, you know, because people donate for the coaching session, so, you know, we get the donation either way, but it's just, like, some of the viewership on some things, especially, like, coaching sessions have never been really high viewership, but, like, not even cracking triple digits. I'm just like, geez. It's weird, though, that, like, my stream has been, you know, getting a lot more views than usual, you know, in the last, like, half a year or so, but just, like, most of my other videos have been getting a lot less. So it's, like, a strange disconnect there. But anyways, okay, let's go ahead and mod this. Hello, buddy. Welcome back. I'm the Strategy Professor. Let me just double check this real quick. Okay, there we go. I'll just restart. What? Hello? What? Hold on. It's goofing up. What is going on? Okay. I don't know what that was. Alright, I don't know if y'all saw the black screen or not. Okay, here we go. Alright, I'm gonna restart that. I just want to make sure I was recording, because I had the OBS block. Hey buddy, welcome back. I'm the Strategy Professor. Let's go ahead and get back in here. Looking at an Anivia Support, this is patch 9.3. So special thanks to Jolty for the generous donation. Appreciate it. If you'd like to donate for a game yourself, just email me at thestrategyprofessor@gmail.com. Let me know what you have in mind and set that up. It's just $25 for non-members, $20 for members. Okay. And then be sure to check out the rest of the content on the channel as well. I have an entire playlist of coaching sessions if you want to flip through and you know, find a couple of interesting games for champions you're trying to learn. And then we do tier lists for every patch, and we stream every night starting around 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time most nights. And I am streaming right now as well, so you might hear me talking to the stream. Did I say 9.3? I meant 10.3. My bad. I am a little tired, a little sick. Unsealed spellbook? I don't know about that. As a rune, I would probably take Comet. I feel like you want mana as Anivia. Like a lot of mana. And you're not gonna probably have enough time to get Rod of the Ages, so I might even go just like Comet, Mana Flow Band. I don't know what you'd get after that. Absolute Focus maybe, and then Gathering Storm, and then maybe Presence of Mind and Coup de Grace. So that 500 extra mana would come in real clutch with Presence of Mind on Anivia, and then I think you have to go tier. And then probably just like Spell Pen after that, like tier, Boots, Oblivion Orb, and then maybe maybe Leandri's after that. What do you mean exactly? That's why you took Unsealed Spellbook. Are you gonna use Clarity like every now and then in your rotation? I don't know. I don't think Clarity's worth. I think that's what it's called, right? The mana returns mana to you. I don't know. If it gives 100% mana, maybe, but I don't know if it's worth using a spellbook proc for that. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I'm thinking, like, the champs that I'm thinking about for Unsealed Spellbook. Are champs that can, like, use almost all of the summoners really well. I mean, I get, like, I'm thinking, like, engaged champs that can use things like Ghost really well and really leverage, like, teleport flanks. I mean, I guess Anivia can use it, like, alright. She can teleport back to lane. She needs a better back timing, you know, barrier and exhaust are probably, like, alright on her. I just think, like, certain engaged tanks would probably like it more, but at the same time, those champs need, you know, usually they're going to use Aftershock or Guardian. Yeah, you can only get, like, with that build, though, you can only get clarity once every, like, 10 minutes or something. I don't know. I feel like Comet's pretty solid on her, though. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Right, way to fish him out. Top side chasing Singe. That's cool. Vi is out farming the Lee, but now she's just wasting time on the Singe. Oh my gosh. She's wasted so much time. She's wasted like a minute chasing the Singed. She could have been farming. Okay. I mean, I guess with Relic Shield, you know, you do have better guaranteed wards. Obviously, the mana regen is going to be pretty good on her, but at the same time, if you're getting tier first, which you kind of have to. Dylan in chat asked, did I see the changes they're doing to Omniso not being allowed to give PTA or Conquer on the first roll? Seems like those would be one of the best ones. I agree. I mean, that might be, maybe there's like a champ that uses it where that's OP. I mean, that seems like a nerf to me, and I don't know why you would nerf that rune. It seems like it's almost impossible to balance. Hey, what's up, Peppy? Are Crypt Horrors worth using in Steel Fate? I'd have to... Depends on the... Probably depends on the Legendary Lord. I think so. I did play an Isabella campaign. I did like 20 turns. Or like 20 episodes of it actually, and I just never published it. I had a lot of fun with it. And then they had a new update that came out with the Skaven and stuff. They gave like 1 week notice on that update. And so it's just kind of out of date, so I just never published it. I had fun with it. But yeah, I think so. There's sort of a regenerating, tanky-ish front line. Now, I do think that the Vargeists are, like, a much more appealing option than they are in the base game. Because they also have, I believe they have a form of regeneration, and they fly. I mean, the Vargeists are really kind of the MVP, especially if you're playing Isabella. And getting a handful of Vargeists are super strong. Nice. What was that stun? Fine. Trisk, I'm almost positive Trisk could have just turned around and killed her. But... So yeah, I think probably, but they're not as much of a Grand Slam as they are in the base game, or were in the base game. They've been nerfed several times. Yeah, y'all gotta pull that out of the pit. You gotta make him at least flash. Or use, like, yeah. You can't let him Q into E away without having to burn his flash. I guess he did burn his flash there, maybe, but... Alright, what do you get? Okay, nice. Yeah, so I think Vargeist at tier 3 are kind of optimal, at least with Isabella. Graveguard are alright. I think the zombie dude does pretty well with Graveguard. I think Vlad gets a or not Vlad, Manfred gets a discount on Graveguard too, I think. But Isabella gets bonuses. I'm pretty sure she starts with Vargeist. Starts with a building to build Vargeist, and I think she gets bonuses to Vargeist. To the forest chain thing. But yeah, that's what I think about that. Wait. Oh, are you trying to get Rod and Tier? I think that's too much. I would have gone for the, blanket out of the name. The other part that build the mana thing that builds into, Seraphs. I would just go Seraphs. I think that it's too slow if you try to go Tier and Rod on a supporting Anivia. Lost Chapter. Yeah, I would have just gone Lost Chapter. Straight into Archangels. And then after that, like I said, just getting like Spell Pen. Definitely, I feel like definitely Spell Pen boots. And then after that, you can either go for Leandries or Oblivion Orb. Oblivion Orb would give you a faster power spike, but Leandries is going to be better when it's complete than Morellonomicon. Yeah, I think I would have done Chapter. Like, on mid lane Anivia, you want to go for the double mana items, usually, but you just aren't going to get enough money, I don't think, as support. Keep pushing. I really wish they'd lower Anivia's mana cost a little bit. I mean, it's kind of absurd, like, how much mana she needs. Another thing is she's kind of like, I don't know, she's kind of the type of champ that really needs blue, like this relic of a bygone era where, you know, mid laners used to give out, like, everything beyond their first blue they used to give to mid. And she's kind of balanced around blue buff, which virtually no champions are like that anymore, but Anivia still is. Where she just almost can't function without blue. But if she gets blue, she gets a lot of power out of having that mana regen. Like, she just has so much wave clearance. They used to really balance mid lane around, just assuming the mid lane gets blue. She used to be a pretty safe assumption back in, like, Season 2 and 3, but this day and age, you know, that just doesn't happen a lot of times. Hey, what's up, Nick? We're doing a coaching session here real quick for an Anivia support, and then we're going to get right back on the rank. She was never really that popular in Pro, though. It was basically just Frog and, like, occasionally some other people, but her kit is just... It is, in a sense, like, she just never played in Pro, but her kit is the type of thing they do not want in Pro. I'll put it that way. Like, they do not want Ziggs or Anivia or these, like, perma wave clear, like, siege mages. They don't like that. The games are already kind of long enough. But the thing is, a lot of modern day champs have really good wave clear also, and they do other things. But they put a really high premium for most champions on wave clear. So if you're good at, typically if you're really good at wave clear, they are not going to let you roam that well, and roaming is very important. Like Kiana is kind of the major example, or like the major difference, or like major violator. That's the word I'm looking for right now. In Pro, where she can clear mid super fast and go roam. But yeah, she pays a high price. Foxes, don't even start with me tonight, buddy. Please. Okay, so you're trying to complete Rod. The thing is, you're not going to be able to get your Rod until probably like 20 minutes, and the game might just be over by then.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Dominating.
Yeah, but Yuumi has ways to replenish her mana with her passive. Like that, Yumi's stuff costs that much because they want her to hop off. They want to give her a reason to hop off during the laning phase. All right, nice. Anivia's Q is, I don't know if it's the slowest, it's slow. I think like Malachi's ult is probably the slowest, but of like basic abilities, it's pretty close. I think it is slower than Morgana's Q. It is pretty hard to hit. Right. Hold on a second, guys. We'll do this real quick. Alright, man. I've given you about 50 chances over the last couple of weeks. Just everything you say is negative. So I think a lot of people just don't want to hear it. I don't want to have to, like... I don't want to hear it, frankly, and I don't want to have to explain whatever or justify everything that I'm doing to you for, like, 2 hours again. So we'll just go ahead and cut to the chase. I hate to be that way, man. We've given you so many chances to try to be positive, or at least not negative. Yeah, I know what you mean, Shelby. So, just say, doesn't say when Dragon's coming up, but it's coming up within a minute because it's silver on here. So you need to try to be setting up Vision. It is hard to establish Vision. Well, we can unhide Exalted. Like, the reason I had such a short fuse with Foxes, for people that haven't been here consistently in the last, like, month or so, is it's, like, literally every stream he comes on. We can unhide Exalted. It's usually a bad idea, just in general, to try to side with people that I've had to ban. But we don't need to ban Enchanters yet. I try to have as long of a leash as I can. Yes, thanks, Sammy. So we'll give Excelta a bit longer. The thing is, a lot of people, like, if you're not here all the time, you don't have context on things. Like, we're explaining some of this stuff, you know, for Anivia. I've been talking about the itemization. I was talking with Jolty about the different abilities and strengths and weaknesses and all that stuff. And, you know, Jolty's been a supporter of the channel for, you know, years and years and years. He's had tons of coaching sessions. So, like, he, you know, knows a lot of the basic stuff that I'm going to tell him. Like, he probably knows a lot of what I'm going to tell him before I even tell him, in terms of macro and things like that. So I do explain a lot of it, but... Illidra, are you, so I guess you're an alt account of Foxes, is that what I'm understanding? Yeah, here's the thing. A lot of times, kind of the trolls that we have to ban, like... And there's a lot of people in our culture, too, these days that just think if you're just saying whatever you believe to be true, then, like, that's completely okay, no matter what it is, right? Like, everyone's like, well, I'm just saying what I perceive to be true. Why did that police officer arrest me? I just came up and told him that I thought he was a piece of trash pig. I don't know why, you know, he arrested me. It's like, you can say whatever you want, like... In many situations, you can't yell fire in theaters and stuff like that, but that doesn't mean that people have to, like, listen to it, right? Or have to, like, entertain you. In, like, a private sphere kind of area, right? Or even in the public sphere if it's disruptive. It's because it's negative, man. Like, I don't want that. A lot of other people don't want that. We've consistently given you a ton of, like... opportunities to change. If you want to stop being negative, I'll unban you, but it just seemed like that was never going to happen. Alright. So you got your rod about 18 minutes. I don't think it's that. I think I don't think he wants, he's like chaos or, you know, something like that. I think he's just someone that, I don't know, is just used to being rude and getting away with it, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know, like... I mean, you need tier with Anivia. It's just like, it's so hard to charge it up, though, without blue. Hey, thanks, Sammy. Yeah, I agree, but I mean, it's not even that, like... It's a bunch of stuff that I don't want to rehash. It's just like I said, it's like 6 different, like, things over time. So yeah, you should be trying to get vision around Baron here. See if you guys can bait Baron out. They are, well, they have more kills than you, but you have more gold overall. But it's just too dark. It is hard to get vision as Anivia because you can get caught out, especially by something like Nautilus, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, is what Lucas said. It's like, you know, that's a big part of it too. The stuff that Foxes has complained about, like whenever he's seen a coaching or an OP.GG or whatever, it's like it's just him. You know, that's complaining about it most of the time. And you know, you got to understand the context. Like I said, I really don't even want to waste any more breath on trying to. I just get sucked into these like 2-hour justifications when like he never changes his mind about anything or never changes his behavior, so there's no point in even talking about the justification. And he's one of the only people that like would need to have their mind changed about whatever. I think most people are on board with most things that go on here. That's why they're here. Almost. Here goes Flash. Y'all need to be... It's hard, but see if you can get priority and get up there and get more vision. Like, Sin's just clearing out a lot of this vision right now. And it is hard to get priority on that Singed in side lanes. But... I mean, as always, anyone that's like donated, if you ever want me to talk about something specific or you think that I didn't cover like some aspect that you wanted me to in depth, obviously, if you say something about it, I will cover it, right? Like if you're just like, hey, you know, I think you may have overlooked this team fight. Would you mind giving me some more commentary on that team fight? Or just like, what did you think about our decision there for the, you know, this rotation? Should we have gone Baron or should we have gone Elder? You know, if I don't catch something that you want me to give you commentary on, you know, people will know that. Reasonable people know that. I'm never going to be like, no, I'm not going to go back and look at that again, you know? And I'm always in the chat with people that are the person who's getting coached, so... Nice. We did close him out there. Let me, where were you? Just bottom, like, pushing up? Yeah, I would have been closer to, because, like, Talon's already pushing bottom, so I think you need to be closer. Because Anivia has really good zone control, but you got to be there first. So, like, you being there and throwing out a wall or something, or, like, channeling your ult to zone people off of the dragon would have been good. I mean, obviously, you guys cleaned up the fight, and that was a really good, you know, double stun there, but I think in general, especially as a control mage like Anivia, you want to make sure that you're there first. Like, setting up vision and trying to zone people with your stuff. Yeah, I think Relic is nice. I mean, I would try the adaptation that I mentioned earlier. Like, you did end up getting pretty fed, and this game is going really long, so you were able to get the rod, which is nice. But I still think that just going for the Archangels into spell pin stuff is probably better as support, into like Leandre's, or into double pin. I would have probably done Sork boots too. You are kind of slow. I mean, you do need the... I mean, Moby boots are really good. Like, it's hard to ever say Moby boots aren't like a good option, but you need to be careful. Do you have TP? I don't know if you have TP available or not with your Unsealed Spellbook. Okay, good cleanup. Yeah, it's like, you know, as we were talking about earlier, the double mana for like mid lane I think makes sense, but I don't know. As support, it feels too slow to me. Obviously, you're doing really well this game, like stat wise. I mean, I'm not an expert on Anivia Support, but it seems a bit expensive to me. If you guys weren't like, I guess you're not murdering him as hard as it seems. At least not in terms of kills, although you are up about 7k gold. But does she though? I mean, like, are you like running out of mana in these fights? I mean, maybe, but once again, I think that taking something like Presence of Mind would make it to where you don't have to take Rod. Because Presence would give you 500 more mana, and every time you get a kill, it gives you 25 or 20% of your total mana back. So, even if you did burn through, and Rod, how much does Rod give you? Rod only gives you like 500 mana too, doesn't it? 400. So Presence would give you the same amount of mana as Rod, even a little bit more. But you wouldn't have to spend 2,600 gold on it. Now, Rod also does give you, you know, other good stuff. The HP and the 100 health. But it puts you in this really weak position. You know, when you complete it, when you're building towards it for 10 minutes, you don't have as much AP. And she has, you know, she has really good AP ratios. For the most part, I think. I mean, her E is pretty spammable. And if they're frozen... Yeah, you needed to be, you gotta come zone the lead. You didn't get that dragon, but you need to be like standing kind of near the wall and just zone him out with your W and with your ult and your Q, just like keep him out of the pit. In general, you need to be pinging for your team to come out of the pit. Bring the dragon out of the pit in general so that Lee can't Q onto it. But then also, you know, you always want to try to zone the jungler out so he doesn't even get a look at the smite. Because really, you know, people act like there's a lot of skill in like smite fights. And unless it's like super high level play, it's really just 50-50 if both junglers get in close to the objective and they're both trying to press smite. Like, it's just not reliable. So you always want to try to either kill their jungler before you take an objective or zone them off with the objective. Hey, what's up, Mangle? I'd probably get out of here. It's a little bold to push that far. No, do not do Glacial Augment. I really think just do Comet, man. Yeah, that's exactly right, Peppy Bean. That's exactly how it works. Yep. If the jungler comes in and steals, gets the last hit, and they get the bonus. Yep. So that's why it's important to keep, like, the jungler. So the people who are in the jungle, if you don't play League a lot, they have an ability called Smite, which does more damage than almost any other ability in the game to monsters. And so usually if your jungler is there, then, and their jungler is not, you're gonna get it the vast majority of the time. There's a couple of champions that have abilities that do more to monsters, but it's very rare, like Cho'Gath. Nunu. Like, there's a couple, but in general, if you can just keep their jungler out of the pit, then your jungler is going to be able to get it. So that's part of the game, is you want to either kill their jungler, or you want to keep them out of the pit. This is pretty dangerous. Yeah, y'all are gonna die. You're up too far with it. I mean, you do have some vision in there, but the rest of your team is chasing Singe top, which, should they be doing that? Probably not. But are they? Yeah. You just gotta take a look at that. Is it worth dying to get the dragon kill? It depends. If nothing else happens, 1 kill for a dragon, yeah, it's worth. But, you know, if they, like, if your jungler dashes in to kill the dragon and Baron's up, and it's pretty late in the game, it's like 30 minutes in, and they can go do Baron, it's probably not going to be worth, because if they, like, if your jungler goes in, takes the dragon, dies, and then they all go up for the Baron, you may not be able to stop them. So it just kind of depends on, like, how late the game is and what else the enemy can get while you're dead, if you try to steal it. But if it's, like, really early in the game, if it's an early dragon, and there's no threat of them taking Baron, then yeah, it's probably worth, if you get it. I still don't like, unless you're in a really desperate situation, trying to suicide to take a buff. Anivia had a 1k bounty, she did, yeah, it's rich. I don't know, the Zhonya's, I mean, it's nice. I'd probably rather just get, like, the Leandries, just a bit more damage. You've got a lot of defensive stuff. You know, you've got Archangels, you've got Rod. Yeah, usually, like, if your team's really far behind and you need to stop them from getting, like, the 4th dragon or something, then yeah, go for the smite fight. But, you know, like I said, if they can get something else, if you're dead, if you're the really powerful one on your team too, if you're like a Master Yi with 10 kills or something, you know, you don't want to die for a dragon. It's really important to your team. Y'all don't want to fight this. You might win anyways, but it's a bad fight. 45. Jinx is so bad, it probably doesn't matter. That's kind of one of the dangers, is like, if you're doing really well, and you win the game, then it's easy. Okay, thanks, Sammy. It's easy to kind of get lulled into bad patterns. Or not bad, but like, to get away with stuff that you might get punished for. Yeah, I always hate that when you start, like, certain places in buildings, or, like, there's a place on campus, like, it's, like, kind of a dead zone. Like, this one pizza place I like to eat at, but it never has any internet. Like, even my, like, my cell network, like, doesn't work there. Like, it's, like, in the middle of the town. It works, like, 1,000 feet away from the pizza place, so I don't know. So I don't go there that much, because I can't, like, you know, while I'm waiting on the pizza, I'm trying to, you know, I can't make it for 15 minutes without my internet. What am I supposed to do? Sounds kind of ridiculous when I think about it, but considering I made it for many years before the internet was even around. Okay. So overall, you know, really good stat game. Just the stuff that I mentioned earlier, I would consider. Try it out, see what you think. You know, I'm not 100% if, you know, that's optimal, but I think if you can get away from Rod, if you can take, you know, a combination of Mana Flow Band and Presence of Mind, I think that could be really good. And then you can spend that, you know, devote that, I think it's like 2,600 for Rod. You can spend that towards a Leandries. I think you'd have a lot more damage. And the main thing is it comes on, like, right away, you know, once you complete it, versus Rod takes that 10 minutes, especially if you're going to do tier plus Rod, because your Rod wasn't even powered up till like 27 or 28 minutes. And you know, the game might be over in some circumstances. Now, your team was doing very well, and both teams were kind of stalling out, so it worked out, obviously, in this game. But I think there could be other games that accelerate so fast that you just may not be able to come online. So that's one thing to think about. What was your main ability? Was it... I don't know if you bought Teleport or not. But yeah, I'm not... I mean, Unsealed, you know, can be okay, like you said. Every, like, however many spell rotations you get, you could get Clarity. I think it's like you have to use 3 before you can go back to the same one again. Might be used 4. But yeah, it's just really situational. I don't know. I think Comet's pretty good, although you don't have a great way to proc it over and over again. Like, you have to hit your Qs in the laning phase, so I don't know, maybe there is something better. I mean, Unsealed's okay. It's okay, but I don't know what your secondary was. I mean, I guess you could still do Unsealed and take Presence of Mind Coup de Grace secondary. I just think Presence of Mind, like the new Presence of Mind where you get 500 flat mana and it refunds 20% every time you get a killer and assist, is exactly the kind of thing that Anivia wants. So I guess you could do Presence as a secondary even with Unsealed. Yeah, the ult does slow, but that's obviously like level 6. So that's pretty late. Like Comet's really kind of shines in the laning phase. I mean, it's good later on, but... And then, you know, there are a couple of times where you could have been at the fight earlier. I'm thinking that one dragon fight where you were clearing the wave, which clearing waves is very important, but the fact that Talon was already there clearing it as well, you really want to make sure you're there early so you can use that zoning power. Because that's, the, you know, one of the big things that Anivia brings to the table is if she's already in her position, it's hard to push her off of that position. Because she's got the wall, she has her stun, she has her, you know, ultimate. So it's really hard to get her out of a certain zone. And so if you're in that zone first and you have really good vision, you know, you can push the enemy out of there so they can't get in and contest the dragon. And on that note, also, you want to make sure that you try to pull the dragon out of the pit if you know their jungler could be close by. And so that Lee Sin can't connect on it with a Q, he's going to at least have to use his E dash to get in there. And you want to try to zone him out, right? So when it's starting to get low, you know, just disrupt him as much as you can. Throw your Q at him, see if you get a stun, use your wall. Just do everything you can to try to zone the Lee off of that pit. And, you know, he can flash in and try to smite it anyways. If it's really close, or he can Q in and try to get it. But if you pull it out of the pit a little bit, then it's much more likely you're going to be able to stun him, and he's not going to be in smite range. Because remember, even if you smite him, or even if you stun him rather, he can still smite. Like, people can smite no matter what unless they're suppressed. So if they're knocked up, if they're silenced, if they're stunned, they still get to smite. It's kind of dumb. You know, I wish you could shut out junglers more with CC, but they really want to punish you for allowing an enemy jungler to get into that pit. So, you know, you need to keep him from getting into the pit, if at all possible. But other than that, I thought it was, you know, it was good. You're hitting some clutch stuns there. You're positioning well in team fights. You didn't die a lot. You know, you had a solid team with you. You had Engage with the Vi, so you could play a mage. So I think that's pretty solid. But yeah, those are the things I would at least consider, think about. You know, try to take that presence of mind, see if you can get off a rod and either go double pin with the Sork boots plus Oblivion Orb or Sork boots, and then just work towards Leandries if you're getting rich. Even something like Death Cap, that's more expensive, but that'll just give you like much harder burst, I think, in fights. And then, you know, just trying to get vision and set up that zone of control around those objectives and try to zone that jungler out. But anyways, that's going to be it for this video. Thank you very much. As always, Jolty, anyone else that'd like a coaching session, just email me at thestrategyprofessor@gmail.com. Let me know what you have in mind. Once again, you know, if there is something that you specifically want, once again, I'm justifying myself, and I probably shouldn't have to most people watching this channel. But obviously, if, you know, there's something else that I'm overlooking or I'm missing, or you want me to go back and look at something during a coaching session, I'm always here, you know, on stream, reading the stream, and I'm happy to do anything you want with the coaching session, right? But then Jolty's done a lot of this, so he knows a lot of what I'm going to say macro-wise about wards and vision and things like that. And I do talk about that. and people on the channel understand that I am streaming and I am still talking with the stream as well while we're doing the game. You know, and we're just going to focus on, a lot of times, on those big moments, unless the person who donates really is asking me to, you know, focus in. Because you don't want to overload people. As an educator, I say this, you know, a lot, and I used to make this mistake when I was a rookie educator. I would just mark everything that could possibly be incorrect, you know, on an essay. Like, every single comma splice, every time they said, you know, the wrong version of their, just anything, I would mark it all. But then students just don't read that. It's just too much, right? And so that's why I think in coaching sessions a lot of times, it's best just to focus on a few big things that people could really work on and think about. And it's stuff that's like, you want to focus on the stuff that's going to give the highest impact, that also is like relatively the easiest to do. And that's why I focus on decision making a lot of times. You know, items, wards, macro, things like that. Like, I could point out, okay, you need to stand 1 pixel closer and pressure them off of this one, you know, extra minion in the laning phase. And, okay, you were about, you know, half a second too slow when you know, did this or did that. Or, okay, you need to hit that skill shot. You see that, you should have aimed that better and done this here and here. So you could nitpick everything to death, but it's just really counterproductive. So I think just focusing on, you know, the bigger stuff is more important. So anyways, that's gonna be it. Thank you very much for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy it. The stream's gonna continue, but that's it for the coaching. If you want to watch more coaching, check it out. I have a playlist in the description, and just email me if you're interested at thestrategyprofessor@gmail.com, and I'll see you next time. But yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's why my coaching style might be a little different, where it's like, oh, you know, he's not talking about every single possible thing. You know, he's letting a lot of these mistakes slide and stuff like that in these games. It's like, well, yeah, because you don't want to mention, like, too much. And I think there's not really a point in mentioning, like, missed skill shots or different kinds of, you know, some mechanics. If there's a common theme about people being too close and getting caught by stuff all the time, you could mention common themes, but, you know, in general, you want to, like, really focus in on the best, like, 3 to 5 things that someone can be doing. So that's why when I grade essays now, I just let the grammar slide a lot of the times, unless it's, like, really egregious. You know, I don't even mark it that much or deduct that much for it. I'm much more interested in, like, do they have a thesis statement? Like, are they making an argument? You know, that type of stuff. Do I do coaching sessions for Total War? I've never done one. I'd be open to it. I don't know how the replays work on that. I'd have to look that up if someone could send me a replay, and I don't even know, like, how to do that because the scope is so large. You know, unless it's looking at, like, a multiplayer thing, which I'm not very well versed in the multiplayer meta right now. I'd have to catch up with that. But as far as, like, campaign stuff, it would take so long to look it over, you know, because those campaigns go for so long. So I don't know, like, how I would do that unless it's, like, look over the first, I guess if someone, like, recorded it on YouTube or something and I could speed it up and just look over the first, like, 20 turns or something, I guess I could do that, like, look at an opener or, like, a key fight or something I could break down and explain. So yeah, I mean, there's stuff that I could do, but I'd have to think about how to do it and how I would get that information. I've thought about doing the, I've heard Legend of Total War does, like, Rescue My Campaign stuff, where people send him a replay of, like, a really tough situation in a campaign, and he tries to get out of it. Alright, sounds good, Mitch. Let me, swing by the restroom real quick. So I could do something like that, we'll see. I mean, frankly, like, the numbers are pretty low, like, on a lot of stuff, especially, like, some of the Total War things. I guess the Total War is not that much lower than a lot of my League stuff lately, but, you know, for the right amount, for the right kind of donation, we can definitely make it work. Okay, I'll go ahead and put us in queue. We'll see if we get it fast enough or not. If we don't, I'll re-queue, but I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Okay, the Mad Delta. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. Do I think it's harder to climb as support than other roles? Not if you're near your, sort of close to your max. Like, I don't think that Smurfs would pick support to climb, probably, if they could help it. It's like if you drop the Challenger down in Silver and they were racing to see how fast they could get back to Challenger, I don't think they're going to play support. But if there was like an actual like Silver player in Silver playing support, then I think you can win. I mean, just look at like the stats. Alright, like there's this kind of myth that like, you know, you got to play these 1v9 hard carry champs and that's how you win a lot of League of Legends. But if you look at like the millions and millions of games played for like stats, then supports are going to have like very similar win rates to everything else. Right, so if we go... we go to Lowalytics here, and we just go to, you know, highest win rate champs right now. You'll see some support sprinkled in there, right? You got like Blitzcrank here, you got Nami here. Now some of these have, like, the thing is like mid laners and top laners and stuff like that, they're gonna be, you know, there's some weird things with very low play rates like Wukong that are just gonna have high win rates because they're one tricks. So like you'll see more like mids and tops that can have higher win rates because they're just more obscure champions that people can one trick. But if you look, yeah, I mean, you've got like 54% on Bard, 53 on Blitz, 53 on Nami, you know, 53 on Soraka, Janna, even Malachi, Lulu, Taric. Like, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can win. I mean, one support does win every match, kind of like what Alistair's saying. So let's do Rakan again. Just assuming Vayne's probably going to feed, and then we just go from there. These guys switching? But yeah, it's not like every support has like a 48% win rate, you know? And every mid laner has a 55% win rate. Ashe support, I guess. Dodging anyways. Alright, well, wait a second. Yeah, I meand every role is kind of dependent on every other role unless you're smurfing, basically. Unless you're actually literally going, you know, like 6-0 out of laning phase every time, you're probably going to be going, like, similar to other people, you know. You may have higher variance in your games. I don't know, there might be some games where you're 6-0 and some games you're 0-6. It depends on what you're playing. But, like, the support does a lot of really important things in games, right? It typically doesn't do a ton of damage unless you play like Brand or Zyra or things like that. But like vision is really, really important. You can't really shot call very well without vision. If you've ever had a support on your team that's just not really that great, is not like putting up a lot of vision, is not peeling, is not engaging, is buying goofy items, you know, you'll kind of know, you'll know what's going on. Yeah, bot lane, like, is very important to protect. I mean, there's two people down there. And a lot of the early game is determined by the supports. Because most AD carries are pretty weak in the early game. And the supports are usually ones that start the fight. So there's a lot, like, especially, you know, even later on in the game, it's usually the supports play a huge role in managing fights, right? If not outright starting it, then peeling it and determining, like, who gets buffed, who doesn't get buffed. You know, who gets peeled, all that kind of stuff. So support does really important stuff. So I don't think it's, for most people, I don't think it's any harder to climb as support than any other role. I don't even think support, like, is that much more team dependent than other roles in, like, a normal circumstance. Right, like, not Smurf, but just, like, normal people playing League of Legends in a fairly matched game. Like, you know, like I said, you don't do a lot of damage, you don't get a lot of kills typically, but you don't have to. Because you have other stuff that's really valuable that doesn't, some of it doesn't really show up that well on the stat sheet. Like, you do have vision score now, you do have like a CC score, but no one, like, a lot of people don't really look at that.
I must not fall.
I mean, Senna support is pretty good. I don't know if it's sleeper. I think I see it played a decent amount of time. I mean, it's picked 13% of the time, so, you know, she's the 4th most picked support. I don't think it's super sleeper, but it might be better than people think. She's okay. I mean, I kind of forgot about her, honestly, on my last tier list. She probably deserves to be somewhere on there. Maybe tier, like, lower tier 2 or high tier 3. And I'm gonna play it normally like I would normally play it for Mitch's challenge here. So I'm not gonna do, you know, Zombie Ward plus Ingenious Hunter. What?
Let's dance.
He had to watch 90 games for the missions? Oh, do you keep all of the esports missions? What? That sounds extreme. It's like 90 hours. Is Yuumi God mode? No. Yuumi's like good in some comps in pro play. I mean, I've seen Yuumi's do well in solo queue, but I would not call her God mode. I think she might be a little underestimated, maybe. I'm not picking Alistar. Yuumi is a disgrace. But yeah, I mean, when I hear God mode, like, there are very few champions I would consider God mode right now. Like, Set. When I'm thinking God mode, I'm thinking it has to actually be at least the best champ in the role. I think there are, in solo queue, often there are put it on 144p and mute it for 10 minutes. Nice. Their team's kind of spooky. I maybe should have dodged this. Is our team all good? Are we, like, good on these champs? Godlike Blitz. Number 630. There's no way I'm ranked 345,000 on Blitz. Oh, 319. I don't know. I'll have to look after this. I thought I was ranked like 100 something on Rakan. But I don't get that godlike designation. Come on.
Second coming of darkness and get some new hair gel. I'm almost out.
I thought the cutoff for godlike was you had to be top 100 world. I'm just gonna play it normally, Mitch. No, she's dead. Decided to AFK in a bush against the Blitzcrank. And not just a bush, actually literally the most common bush for an invade. It's like, bro, if you're gonna AFK, just go to like here or something. Or just stay in the fountain. It's disappointing. Who got it? Silas.
Life sucks.
Minions have spawned.
But it is less complicated.
That's annoying as hell. I was gonna try to put it in the, obviously put it in the walking area so I could get the Poro to trigger easier, but... This Misfortune's having a bad day.
Executed.
I dance to the beat.
Jesus Christ. Got executed on the second camp. On a 66% of Mumu. How? I even gave him my Guardian on the first camp. I knocked it up, I gave him the Guardian. We gave him like a really big leash. We don't know where Echo is. I don't have a ward. He's not topside. Has he done? He hasn't done Raptors yet. Yeah, I think he's down here with Ed, right? Yeah.
An ally has been slain.
Guess I should have pinged her back a lot more, but it seemed pretty obvious to me he could be there. That's why I pinged him. Pinged back. I guess I should have pinged back like a lot more vigorously. Now, the Echo, no. So the reason Echo looked like that, level 1 with no jungle item, is because we haven't seen him yet. You don't see their items unless you see them, like, in the game. So he looked like he was level 1 because we literally, like, no one on our team had seen him yet. He had just power farm. I guess all of bottom and then Scuttle.
Anyone have chocolate? I'm trading chocolate.
I missed some XP to get that vision in, but It's possible he may have like done red and just walked around my ward too, but just farm, dude.
I am bad because I'm free, and I am free because I'm bad.
Oh, did he not have a jungle item? Okay, maybe I missed that. So Moo just forgot to buy a jungle item. Okay, that's possible. I thought you were talking about the Echo, because it did, when I tabbed there, it did look like Echo was level 1 with no items, because we hadn't seen him yet. So I wasn't sure. Yeah, I mean, they're on Dragon, I think, right? Or maybe they just warded it. No, they just warded it. So we've got all the vision there. Probably game.
Enemy triple kill.
But might get dove here.
Sometimes we agents of darkness need a break.
Hashtag ADC difference. Hashtag jungle difference. Hashtag team difference. I mean, Irelia is still doing alright. Maybe we can win around Irelia.
Darkness is the new hot.
Dude, no. Like, you understand we're really far behind, right? Like, bro, why do people always take the cannons? Like, no, don't invade, you idiot. Look. They're really strong. God, shit, we're gonna get baited. Maybe. Alright, well, somehow we pulled that out. It was dumb, but it worked out. Mostly because Vayne wasn't there. I don't know what Vayne was doing. She must have just gone AFK to go to the bathroom or something, because I didn't see her there for a really long time. I need to ping it like every time so they know I'm gonna get it, I guess. Yeah, the Trinity killing the Irelia is not good, but at least something good happened bottom. I think we got a 3-for-1 there. But we didn't. Maybe no one even died. It might have been a 2-for-0.
Self-control is for starters. I choose fun.
We're gonna lose priority, but I can get movies here.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I couldn't get in range for it, man. Got zoned by the blitz. I understand, dude. Do you see how far back she is? Like, there's no way I'm getting her.
Perfection doesn't exist. My hair.
People are so impatient. They think you just like magically appear on top of them. You know? It's like they can dodge your stuff, man. You gotta wait. They have flash. She's got tumble. She has condemn.
Has been slain.
Used to be a square. And I embrace the darkness. Woohoo!
I don't know. Pinged it. Echo's probably in this bush. I don't have any mana. This is gonna be rough. I maybe could have saved the misfortune the last time when they hooked her. Oh, Jesus. Wow, really? Well, Bonk didn't zone him. I can't zone him. I have no mana. So I was talking about in Jolty's silver game, I think earlier, about people not zoning somebody off of the dragon. I couldn't do it. I mean, maybe I could have acted like I could do it, but they can see your mana bar. Like, it's hard for me to bluff when I don't have mana.
More dark matter?
Sometimes you can bluff your cooldowns if they don't know the cooldown on, like, your W or your ult or something. And they think that you might have it, but you can't bluff your mana bar.
I only believe in myself.
Rampage.
Dude, get this. Moomoo's invading the red. Blitz is gonna be around there. Oh, that was gold? Okay, my bad, Chelsea. Yeah, I forgot you said you got back into gold. No, 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 no. Dude, there's gonna be, like, Blitz is gonna be up in there.
I love.
I got baited.
An ally has been slain. You have been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I guess I could have ulted, W'd over, and just run. Like, shielded her once and just ran. Like, I could have just run the opposite direction. Or something like that. But I should not have hard committed to the entire fight. Did she ever ult the whole time? I'm gonna assume not. For the sake of my own sanity. I didn't get the assist on it, which kind of sucks, but... Also, didn't want to take the kill. I wanted one of them to get it.
Shut down.
I didn't want to take that kill, but I needed to speed up off of my ult so I could run down the Tryndamere. I don't know about that, dude. We're about to have a huge team fight, bro. You sure you don't want the Misfortune ult for this team fight around the dragon? Actually, I'm just go ahead and... Okay.
I am so far past redemption, I am in the fun zone. Population recovered.
Getting pretty big though.
Living the dream. Evil one.
One more, one more, one more, one more. I need level 11. Got it. My vision score! No! You always want to, like, push the wave up. You always want to push the wave, like, one more knot past the objective that you want to do. It's like, we need to have it into their tier 2 before we rotated. Got whole videos about wave management, but pretty much it magnifies, like, good things that could happen, and it diminishes bad things that could happen. So, for instance, if we push that up and then we get into a big fight right here, we'd have the option of, if the wave's up, we could go take their towers or take their inhibitor if we win the fight. Versus, if we don't push the wave up, if it stays near our tier 1, and they win a fight around Baron, then they get to take a bunch of our towers. However, if they do win the, if they win the fight, but they don't have the wave, then it's less likely they're going to be able to get as many towers. It also gives you vision, forces them to lose CS if they want to come contest you. So if they just sit there and just, you guys just stare each other down, you're still winning that trade. You're still winning that trade because they're losing experience at the tower, and you're getting some chip damage on the tower too. It also gives you vision, because a lot of times someone will go and clear the wave, and you know where they are, they're accounted for. So that's just like one of the things that a lot of people just really don't understand, but it's like one of the most important things in League of Legends is wave management. So hard stick, it's not even a meme. You'll get there, Dylan. Ugh. I mean, it's okay. I still enjoy the game, and I'd say 90% of the time I've been platinum since season 3. So I've played like 8,000 games in platinum or something like that. We do crack up into diamond. Hopefully we'll get into diamond sooner rather than later again. So we do poke our head up into diamond occasionally, but the darkness pulls us back down into the pit. Usually after a couple of months in diamond. But we'll see if we can get there more permanently. Flashed on him with Shirelia's up when... I mean, Flash is faster than Shirelia's. I don't know which situation you were talking about, though. No, Inting Scion's not a thing anymore. Alright, 45 vision score. Diamond is basically the top 1%. I think Diamond 4, 0 LP might be like the top 2 or 3%. But this season, I think the percentages are a little bit more skewed. I think it is like top 1% right now. It's high. Not many people. Rank distribution. It's top 1.9% right now. So like last season, I think Diamond 4 was the top... or no, it is the top 1% are Diamond 4. It's everyone total in Diamond is 1.9%. So yeah, it's actually like statistically harder this season. Like everyone has been distributed lower and they're staying lower so far. So like gold is typically the top 25%, I think. And then platinum, I think last season wasn't platinum the top 10, I feel like it was like 10%. Something like that. But yeah, I mean, you're talking like... Well, hold on, let me think about what this means. That doesn't mean what it seems like it means. So yeah, this is 1.9%, I think, and then it goes up from there. It's hard to read because like this is not the top 10%.
Thanks for the vision, Professor.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Mitch. I appreciate it. Yeah. So I think that this percentage is like what it is at the very bottom of it. So it's 6.3% in Platinum 4. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, but I'm pretty sure this is a lot lower than it was in the past. Oh, this is kind of cool. Average rank of people who main certain champions. League of Graphs does have a lot of cool, like, statistical information. I'm really starting to like this site more and more. Which champ has the highest rank? Oh, it goes down from there. It starts at the top. So the highest rank main champs are Karthus, Rek'Sai, Gangplank, Elise, Talia, Camille, Ivern, and Bard. Those are the only ones who main or like are gold average. What is the lowest average main? Oh, this is cool. Look at this. I haven't seen this before. Mained roles. Who is it? Someone like... People always argue with me about this, but someone like typed in chat, "See, Professor, I told you support was like not the least played role." It's like, yeah, it is. It always is. I'll guarantee you in every MMO, anything that has something like a support type of role in real life, when you're looking at like teachers and nurses, and, you know, things like that, it's almost always like in demand because it's one of the least like mained roles. But yeah, support is 17.8% picked, and then the next is top, then jungler, then AD carry, then mid. Thrash. Oh, these are the most mained champions. What's the difference? How are they defining a mained champion versus a one-trick champion. I guess mained is like you play it a lot, but not exclusively. What's the least mained champ? Corki. Silver 2. Who's bronze? So, Nico's bronze. Nico's the only... Ashe is bronze. Morgana is bronze. It's the average rank of people that main those champs. Nico, Ashe, and Morgana. Most popular one-trick champs. What is this? Percentage versus popularity. Thresh. Thresh might be literally Lee Sin. I'd say Thresh has to be up there of the supports. Huh, Misfortune, really? Senna right now. I guess the ADC champ pool is super shallow. Lucian. Yeah, the ADC champ pool is like the most shallow champ pool. Yeah, that's the average rank of people who main those champions. Is what the thing on the left is. Well, just no one plays Nico, I guess. I don't remember what they did to her, but I guess they nerfed her a lot. Here, I'll put us back in queue, and I'll swing by the restroom again. The combination of drinking a lot of coffee and being kind of sick, I think. Dang it. These queues are popping fast tonight. Popping off. I don't think those are stats for people in Plat, are they? I think... Oh, this is Platinum Plus. So the average rank is actually the average rank for all... roles. But yeah, I think you're right. The Platinum Plus is for main roles, one tricks. Yeah, for Platinum Plus. You're right. So this average rank thing is what it appears to be, but the other stuff is Platinum Plus. So if we go into Iron, support is still the lowest. But then it's jungler, then AD carry, and then top and mid are much more popular. If we do Master Plus... Did that even move at all? Yeah, it moves a little bit, but support's always the weakest one. What's up, Peppy Bean? The corpse cart is worth, I think, if it's the one that, the lodestone, I think, or whatever it's called, the unholy lodestone. The one that gives you the extra regen on your troops. Now, it's pretty, I mean, it gives, like, 10 melee attack and 10 melee defense. Like, it's good, but the problem is, it's really, really slow. So it depends on the kind of units that you're running. If you're running a lot of Graveguard and things like that, it's probably pretty good. But if you have Vargeist and other like fast-moving units, it might just be a little bit of a hindrance. You can also end up putting like Necromancers on corpse carts, but Necromancers honestly aren't even worth getting. I don't think they're just terrible. Unless they've changed something about it. So it's like iffy. You don't necessarily need one, but it can be good in longer fights, especially on sieges and things like that that are going to be really long, like attrition fights, and you're going to have plenty of time to walk up with them. The tier 5 one, not Reliquary of Souls, I don't remember what the thing is called, the big ghost thing. That's, like, strong as hell. You definitely want one of those. That thing's really, really good. It busted me up several times in my my Bretonia campaign. Yeah, people don't like Soraka now. It's becoming a lot more popular. Mortis engine, I think that's what it is. Oh no. Really, really do not like going against Kassadin. Or Janna for that. I mean, Janna's like okay, but like if you get to late game, it's very, very difficult to deal with her.
Let's dance.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Claw of Nagash is the special one. I mean, I don't know. I'm the type of person that doesn't like just spamming reloads until you get a good outcome. I think I might dodge this. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and dodge it. We have several people that are autofill and they have a really good team comp. Autofilled support, autofilled top. ADC doesn't play a lot of Xayah. Yeah, there's just too many things. I know, but Cassadin will just run her over eventually. Kassadin's really scary. I mean, I'm like borderline want to ban Kassadin a lot of the time because it just takes like one fight, you know? I might play one normal game here just so I can play like a non-Rakan game. Also need a win of the day on my smurf. So if you're a member of the channel and you want to jump in and play a game, just go ahead and email me, or not email me, just let me know in the chat. So I need to try to get my win of the day so I can get this smurf leveled up. And I can play other stuff, especially if we get back to Diamond and we're just like not climbing a lot. We'll still play on the main account, but I think people would think it's fun for me to play some other stuff every now and then too. I have been trying to play other things. Not other roles, but like other champs other than Rakan. It's just haven't been as successful. We're doing all right with Nami, I think. Yeah, Nami's doing all right, but everything else is just kind of in the gutter. Everything's been in the gutter for like the last 2 weeks, but okay, give me your IGN for Vulpix. Sorry, I just need to add it on here. Everything's in it. Vulpix, Ninetales, okay. Is it on? Let's see. Okay, there we go. Then I can actually, I will add people that are members of the channel. on this, and then that'll just make it a lot easier. I can't do that on my main account. I probably should just purge everybody that's not a member of the channel on my main account, because I just don't, you know, hang out with a lot of those people anymore. Except for, you know, some of the classics, like Sammy, other Sammy, Canadian Sammy, or I think American Sammy. I don't remember if he's Canadian or America. And then Kleenex and Roach. I mean, obviously the regulars that get on sometimes. But like, so a lot of those people on my main account, like, I literally, many of them I can't even remember who they are. It's like just random Facebook people that I friended like in college that I met at a party or something. Like, I still have some of them on there. I'll see them, I'll be like, who is this person? But I never remove them. I never unfriend anyone on Facebook. I don't think I've ever done that. I'll just leave them on there because it's like whatever. And then sometimes I remember who they are, and it's just something like random. Like, I'll run into them somewhere around town, and just see what they're into. Or someone will mention them out of nowhere. They'll be like, hey, you remember that one time this guy at this party? I'll be like, yeah, who was that again? And then they'll say that, and I'll be like, oh yeah, that dude. Just like, I'm friends with him on Facebook. Well, yeah, if it's not banned, you're an Inosak. We'll see. I know, this is your dream. Now is your time. I think it's getting banned next patch, so you better live it up. But yeah, I just leave them all on there. A lot of people unfriend me over time, I think, because they don't remember who I am. Like these random people from parties that I've met. Some people just go through and clean out their Facebook. And a lot of people, there's been a movement to just get rid of Facebook too. Especially kind of with the not necessarily the really older generation, but kind of like the mid-generation. I feel like I relate a lot more with Gen X than millennials. I get grouped into millennials. I'm like, to me, like a millennial, like I think there should be a huge designation, a difference. If you were born into the internet, if you can never remember a time when there's not the internet, you fundamentally have grown up in a much different world than people who grew up like having some recollection of no internet. So to me, I think people in the 80s, born in the 80s, were much like, it's a lot easier to group them in culturally with people that were like in the 70s than it is with people that were in the 90s. That's what I think, but I know technically I think they call millennials like 82 or 3 or something, but
Antidote for me.
well, no, the movement is like a privacy thing where I've had several of my friends either get off of Facebook or change their name to some kind of alias on it or whatever because privacy stuff. Like I have one guy who's a friend, he's a doctor friend that I've mentioned several times now, and he's in like, you know, a really professionalized position of authority, and you know, he said there's some posts and things like that from like when he was younger that weren't like bad, but they, you know, in today's day and age, they could be misconstrued as in poor taste, potentially. So, and that's just sad that that's kind of the world that we, like, for instance, he's a white guy, he dressed up as Michael Jackson, he loves Michael Jackson, but he did that for several Halloweens in a row, and we'd go out to parties and stuff like that, and it was a good time, everyone was having fun, but people today might freak out about that, and so, you know, he's just deactivated his Facebook because of that type of stuff, or just like, I don't know, just random stuff, you know, him even like drinking at a party or something when he was younger. Oh, this is not right. I guess this is what we get. I can't change it fast enough. So I guess we're going Dark Harvest Cassiopeia. 81 to 96 is technically millennials. I don't know. I don't like that though. Maybe I'm thinking of the millennial, like, because that is before the internet. Well, I don't want to get political, but yes, not everyone is affected by that. But yeah, and for the record, these are the wrong runes. I just didn't notice. Because I only have 2 rune pages, and I just changed what was called the rune page for Cassiopeia, I think for brand. I mean, it's not like the worst runes in the world. But usually you want to go Conquer. 94 kid, let's go. I don't know. I mean, the generational stuff is kind of bogus anyways. But yeah, a lot of people... I'm still on Facebook, but... I had to disable... We used to have a Facebook group for the channel, and I had to get that off of Facebook because that ended up getting abused. Yeah, it's just today's day and age, people just hold you accountable, like, professionally for anything you ever done in your personal life. Regardless of context, or, you know, whether you learned anything or you've changed, or just the social circumstances have changed, and things like that. So that's why, you know, I think a lot of people, at least people that I know, that I grew up with, have, a lot of people have either deactivated Facebook, or they've, like, severely cleansed their friends list down to, like, people that they actually really know, and stuff like that. Like, cranked up those privacy settings and all that stuff, so... Anyways, I don't remember how I got off talking about that, but... We still do have mana flow, which is nice. We don't have presence of mind, which sort of sucks. You really want that on Cassiopeia. But... We have the healing. What did I even take as my secondary? Ghost Poro? I think Facebook is becoming too old school for, like, a lot of, like, teens and people in their 20s and stuff. I think a lot more people are using, like, Instagram. They probably still have a Facebook, but I don't even know what kids use these days. Instagram and Snapchat and things like that. Those might even be old by this point. I don't know. Kids are always looking to find some new platform that their parents aren't on. But I think that's what a lot of people see, is, like, their parents are on Facebook or their grandparents or whatever. And so they go on a different platform. Twitter. I mean, DH is probably not terrible because you have a lot of dots as Cassiopeia, so you can probably trigger it on multiple people in fights. But I still think you either want Conquer or Phase Rush on her. You definitely want Presence of Mind. Because that extra 500 mana plus the 20% refund on kills and assists is huge. Oh my gosh, someone's playing on a... It's interesting how it doesn't show anymore who is, like, taking forever to load. It used to show, like, who wasn't at 100%. Tweet at them. And tweet these kids. Yeah, so the Ghost Poro's not going to be super effective. But everything else is kind of like okay, I guess, with the build. The biggest thing, like I've said, is the
Another game of snake and mouse.
missing out on the Presence of Mind. I think Presence of Mind is something that's like really good on a lot of champs. It's not like explored as much as it should be potentially. I was thinking about it on brand, like Presence of Mind coup de grace on like
30 seconds until minions spawn.
mage supports, like that 500 mana. Man, that's like 600 gold or 700 gold worth of stats right there. I think mana is 1.4 each. So whatever 1.4 times 500 is that 625? 625 gold. Just right there on that rune, not even including the refund that you get on stuff, so...
I'll take care of everything.
You don't...
Have spawned.
Was that the damage on movement inhibiting rune? Oh, yeah. Cheap shot. Cheap shot doesn't apply to slows. I'm like 99% sure cheap shot's not slows. It does work with the W. I see what you're saying. It does work with the grounding. I think. I'm actually not sure about that. I think it would work with grounding.
Careful.
Well, it might actually work with slows. Cheap shot might actually work with slows. I don't know. I could have gone cheap shot. Taste of blood's fine, though. Usually having some more, like, HP for trading is good. Okay, we got Comet, Varus. Get out of the way! Blocked me. Nice. Ah! I'm out of mana. I gotta back. Oh, I should have activated Corrupting, too. That was a mistake. Because he could have potentially flashed out of that.
Do you have a longing? Would you like one?
Has been slain.
I'm missing so many wide opens yet. They used all their sums. Gosh. Why is it so terrible this game? We keep getting our wave like built up, stacked up hugely, and I'm just not like doing it right. I thought he already flashed. Oh my goodness.
An ally has been slain.
Like what you see?
Should probably be able to get a freeze here, I think. I need to go get a mateer though. Oh god. Oh, are they? Ah, they're dragoning. That's annoying. Yeah, our jungler's topside, so we can't really do a lot about that. Cat might come around and dive me. I gotta get out.
I'll be back soon.
Sucks, I have to give all that up, but it's a little too risky.
Keep your enemies close, and me close. Back on my own.
Yeah, I could get a Dark Seal. You do get some extra value out of crushing.
Patience, darling.
Maybe you're right. They already, I assume they probably got Scuttle. I maybe could have outplayed that. I didn't have ult though. I don't know.
I'm not so easy to get out of your system.
Oh my god. I thought I was gonna be able to get the angle on him.
Time to find a new friend.
And I'm really missing that presence of mind now, though. That heal just feels huge on that Yumi.
I have the best aim in the spirit realm.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. An ally has
Just didn't
been
have enough
slain.
mana.
Violence is so messy.
Yeah, I just really needed more mana there. And Conquer. If I had more mana, I definitely would have blown him up. But CS is terrible, but his is way worse, I guess. Take some solace in that, but I just have not been CSing well this game. They're coming, but
Wealth is valuable only as a means to power.
freaking exhaust, man.
Turret plating will soon fall.
My intentions are not.
We're definitely gonna have to get healing reduction.
Think what I could offer. Many wars begin with a whisper.
An ally has been slain. Executed.
Get off me! Just about made the cat jump out of her seat there. Nami did do a good job there. So usually I don't get Morellonomicon, but they have Aatrox, they have Yuumi, Katarina, like they've got a lot of healing.
Power requires precision.
Oh, they see everybody top. I can't contest that dragon. I can't go up and farm either, because they're all going to be there, so I just gotta get the jungle stuff. I really hope they kill that Aatrox. I mean, we're giving up a dragon for it. Yeah, presence of mind, man. I'm running out of mana. Morellonomicon glitched, like, why are they still healing so much? Ain't high. He's gonna want that blue. I guess I'll give it to him. I really should be the one with that blue, though. So much more fed, but I won't fight him over it. That's a random guy we got on our team.
Soon it will all sink in.
Well, the Yuumi just keeps healing the crap out of everybody, basically. I think. I mean, they all have some kind of healing. At least most of the important people do.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I do have TP if I need to TP down there, but Probably should have backed up and gone for dragon there.
I like to leave a lasting impression. If you don't control
I walked into too much CC. Just got chain CC. Maybe should have gotten spell pinned for the Aatrox with Spirit Massage. With all that healing and the Spirit Massage, it's gonna be very difficult to kill him. I mean, they don't have a wave, so they can't really die of the Nami, I don't think. Be careful of.
An enemy is unstoppable. An enemy has been slain.
Okay, that's good.
secrets are
It depends, because different. I mean, in general, the more MR a team has, it also depends on the ratio. For Cassiopeia specifically, like having more AP also affects how much you heal, because how much you heal is not based on how much damage you do; it's based on how much AP you have. So, like having flat AP helps you out a lot with your E and the healing that you're putting out. Also, can we make a play?
I know what everyone is.
I can't get there in time for that, so I'm just gonna. They're probably gonna kill everybody and get Baron.
An ally has been slain.
But I can't get there in time.
Your turret has been destroyed.
So I just gotta try to push up.
Enemy double kill.
Oh, they're doing inhibitor? Okay. I'm not sure if I can defend this either. Maybe they're gonna try inhibitor then Baron.
An enemy is dominating.
Every problem is an opportunity.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Yeah, they may not be able to win right here. Just kill a Mumu if he shows up. It doesn't matter. Just kill him. We gotta try. Seriously? How'd they get around the vision, or would I just not see it? Did I just tunnel vision? Jesus, well, that was my bad. I just underestimated Yumi and how much she speeds people up with Aatrox mobility.
Double kill.
I might actually want this just for better kiting.
Your turret has been destroyed.
They do have a lot of magic resist. I think I actually have to get Void. Yumi is really, like, her ult is really obnoxious too because you can't CC her out of that. She just gets to channel it even if you CC the person that she's on. I just don't have enough. They just have too much dogpile CC on me. I mean, maybe if I didn't die up top there, maybe we'd have enough momentum, but it's just... I just can't do everything. Maybe. I mean, maybe if I come up one more time, and I can just, like, not get completely dogpiled on. I think I should have got that cat. She did a good job of dodging my stuff, but fortunately they don't realize that they have to kill this inhibitor, so I think we're gonna get one more shot at it here.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Careful now.
Alright, good try. What's up, Doki? Let's see if we can log back on and play a couple more ranked here. I don't even know how much LP we have right now. I was missing some Qs, some clutch Qs in fights occasionally too. So I mean, there's some stuff I could have done better. I got caught top lane. Yeah, that's right, AJ. It was just the Aatrox Yumi is just like the healing off of that with the Spirit Visage. Even with the Morellonomicon working on him, it's like the mobility also. That game was mostly Yumi and Aatrox. Like those were really the only threat. Like Cat didn't do anything notable, I don't think. Harris didn't really matter. Mumu didn't really matter. It was just the Yumi on top of the Aatrox who was hyper fed. I see a Mumu, like, once the Aatrox got on top of me, the Mumu, like, contributed to the chain CC. Like, make sure there's no way I could break out of it, but... Oh, yes. Sadie says, meh. What are we even at? I didn't even look. I don't know if this is updated or not. 67, okay. Well, Yumi's ult was also really obnoxious. It was like Yumi's heal and her ult. I see Aatrox picked all the time in Pro. I don't know what his win rate is. I've seen a lot of bad Aatroxes in solo queue. Kind of curious now though, because I know he is picked a lot in Pro. At least it feels like he is. Every game I watch, it feels like there's an Aatrox. Well, maybe not. Only got a 47% win rate in Pro. I guess he's picked all the time, but he's not banned that much. Even then, he's not picked that much. Soraka into Kale?
Let's dance.
I don't know, man. Soraka's like a handshake farm off lane. I don't know if that's exactly how you want to try to handle Kale. Jesus Christ, another Cassidon? Yeah, he's picked a lot. He's just not banned very much. He's actually the most picked top laner. First time Yasuo. I didn't even see what we had for bot lane, but first time Yasuo plus them having, and basically first time Soraka top, I don't remember what the other one was, but it was probably an auto-filled ADC. Oh, let me make sure I didn't get put it in that game anyways. Is he the only bruiser top lane in pro? I see him every game. It's like you see Aatrox, Ornn, sometimes like Rise, GP. Well, Aatrox, yeah, I mean, he's good in lane, and he's pretty good at, like, split pushing. Yeah, set. So that's pretty popular right now, too. Rumble's mostly mid lane, though. Who else? Top's pretty diverse. Ornn. I've been seeing a lot of Ornn mid lane, in Korea at least. Mordekaiser. Although Mord is mid sometimes too. Set, Aatrox. AD Ornn. I don't know, but you build the items that he gets bonuses for. So typically, I think most people like to get the Sunfire Cape. And then either the, is it either Abyssal Mask or, I don't remember his other option. You pretty much, you have to build the stuff that he gets 2 upgrades on first. I think people usually do Abyssal Mask plus Sunfire Cape. Yeah, Darius is not as good in pro as he is in solo queue. Yeah, it's pretty much Sunfire Abyssal Mask. You can get Sunfire Frozen Fist if they have a lot of armor, but most people don't do that. Then after that, it's just kind of situational. I've seen a lot of them in pro get Gargoyle.
Doubt is the greatest enemy.
You get some more bot laners. I tried Lucian. It's hard to like hard carry. I mean, you can hard carry as Lucian, but it felt a little trickier. Rise might be kind of interesting bottom. Misfortune's good. Vayne's potentially a good sort of smurf-like champ. Yeah, does he get extra bonus from armor and magic resist? I can't remember if he does or not. Yeah, he does. So you do want to build mostly tank items on him. Nah, I don't own every champ.
There's no antidote for me.
No, you don't want to build 2 Abyssal Masks, because you don't, like, the passive doesn't overlap, I don't think. I don't think you can upgrade the same item twice. You might be able to. I mean, you're wasting the passive, but I guess if the stats are good enough, maybe you could. I did change the runes, yes. So I should have Conquer this time. I mean, usually that's really, really inefficient. Because you don't, like, the passives don't overlap. But if you do get 1,800 extra gold worth of stats, it might be worth it. I doubt it, though. I think you still want... I feel like you really want Sunfire is so important for split pushing and wave management.
Another game of snake and
I'd have to look at the gold efficiency without the stats. I feel like it's like 70 or 80% efficient, though.
patience, dog.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Teleport.
Spineless,
Minions have spawned.
flexible, extremely.
Maybe. I'd have to look at it. I mean, you do get a lot of extra stats with it, so it's possible. It's possible. If you can upgrade them twice. I don't even know if you can upgrade the same item twice on Ornn. I've never seen anyone try to do that, so... Are you doing a double mid? Okay. Yas is just trolling.
Soon it will all sink in.
Oh, I didn't even see the damn shaker there.
Slain an enemy.
I may leave, but I'll never.
I wasn't even thinking about the Shaco. It just caught me totally off guard. I have so much mana now because I got the Presence of Mind proc. You're wondering why I didn't spend more of that mana in that fight. Yeah, it should be an easy hook, right? Yeah, Presence of Mind is mandatory on Cassiopeia. It's such a huge deal. It doesn't even have to be different champions. It's just like get 5 kills or assists, and you get the 500 mana.
I'm not so easy.
Yeah, that was pretty goofy.
Been slain. Shut down.
I couldn't click on it because of the minions. Yeah, I tried, dude. This Thresh is gonna kill me, man. I'm about to mute him.
An ally has been slain. I'm missing so many wide open.
I'm gonna go push this in and go get that soon. What the fuck is this guy doing? Like, it's like literally full health, no lantern, no hook, no nothing. Like, we could have easily turned that around if he just breathed on him. Alright.
I like to leave a lasting impression.
It's like literally sitting there watching me.
Every problem is an opportunity.
I mean, maybe I missed something. Okay, Shaco's top. I'm just gonna take this. Did he lantern? Okay, well I flashed in for the kill. I guess I just didn't see the lantern. I think we could have turned it. I mean, Kaisa walked away with like 1 HP. She has no items. I don't know. He's gonna roam. Where is he seriously roaming to top lane right now?
Attentions are needed elsewhere. I'll be back soon.
Bro. Are you kidding me? What? We have no priority. I'm low. I could get dove. I'm trying to back. And he goes to put a ward on red buff when we know there's Shaco's top side. Like,
Do not turn your back on me.
well, he's got to win it. We got to try to win this game no matter what. So, I don't understand. It's alright. I'll carry him kicking and screaming. Yeah, you want to come over here and fight, bro? Like, what? You're full health! I'm literally 1v2ing. I mean, I know it's lower elo. Like, I don't want to pick on people. I know, but I don't know. This is just like crazy. No, you don't want to do Spirit Visage with
Turret plating will fall soon.
Cassiopeia. You want to get all offense.
I'll take care of everything.
I'm gonna hold on to my corrupting potion one more rotation. I'm tempted to sell it, but no, it would not have stacking CDR. If it's this, does it say unique on the CDR or not? I don't even care if he lands hooks. Just walk up and auto attack. Like that's all I want. Just literally right click whenever I'm like engaging on him. I'm not expecting anything fancy, just like actually do something.
An ally has been slain.
I can't do anything, man. It's like 4 people here.
Enemy double kill.
Thresh is roaming top.
An ally has been slain.
They're gonna get that dragon. Push this up so they can't get the tower afterwards because everybody's dead. Okay, maybe it does stack then.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Secrets are sharper than the like what you see.
I don't know, man. It's like the guy that's like 1v2 in the lane and going really hard. Like I think that would be the person you would want to support, rather than our random 2 and 4 mid laner. I don't know, man. It's just me.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
I needed to ban Yasuo. You gotta ban Yasuo at this elo. I banned Yi. Like, Yi and Yasuo both kind of have to be banned. They're just like stomp champs. Yeah, you can't make that play when there's a Galio that has its ult in range. I don't think so. I mean, maybe we could have outplayed it if I took the lantern, but you going off sides. Like, we don't have the wave, didn't have any pressure mid lane to keep Galio there.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Many wars begin with a whisper.
Well,
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Probably didn't need to flash there for that. At least there's not a lot. I mean, there's not a ton we can do here right now. We might still be able to win this. Well, people just don't know how to play around this wind wall. They just throw everything into the wind wall. They kind of like lower elo brackets. They don't punish him. You know, he doesn't get camped by junglers, and he's just a problem. He's one of those, like, he's kind of an anomaly because he's a really high skill cap champ to play, but it's also kind of high skill cap to play against him. We're going for that. I mean, we could just easily get dragon, but I guess if they're all gonna dive.
An ally has been slain.
That. I shouldn't have committed that hard. Since this, I mean, I can't count on the Singe to, you know, do stuff. So I should have just maybe, like, tried to mess with him a little bit. I don't know. I probably should have just taken Dragon and not even done that play. Drop a ward, drop a ward. Not a single freaking person can drop a ward. Alright. How does he not take any damage, hardly? I barely broke his shield. My CS is terrible. We gotta wait on people to spawn. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Thresh was out of wards. Two of the other ones have ward trinkets, though. I guarantee you they had wards. Somebody. We gotta wait on Kiana. Make sure I get the experience. ping, 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 ping. I thought they were going for it. I thought Yasuo was going to go for that. I'm pretty sure that pull counts as a pull for Yasuo. I'm like 99% sure that little pull is a Yasuo pull. So I think Yasuo could have ulted all three of us off of that Swain yank, which is why I ulted, to try to get it buffered when he went on us. Maybe I was just outplaying myself there, though.
My attentions are needed elsewhere.
Thresh is carrying the shit out of this game, I'll tell you what. With both his attitude and his play. It's amazing. Let's see if I can get some lessons from him after the game. It's not the fourth one. I think we gotta give that up. We gotta give it up. Give it up. I think it's really that Abyssal Mask that's like taking us to the next level this game on the Thresh. I mean, like, there's no point in playing Abyssal Mask if you're just gonna stand 900 units behind your 80 carry. Why do these kids want to give up, dude? Like, we could 100% win this. He's gonna get that free tower down there, but probably, I don't know. Thresh. Okay, we got him. Can we get Baron? Or not?
Spineless? No. Flexible? Okay, let's go. Are they gonna kill him? If you don't control things, I'm not
Your
so.
team has destroyed a turret.
Let's surrender the game. He'll probably say something. GG Cass boosted. Where'd you buy that account, man? Where'd you buy that level 20 account, bro? Alright, well, we got our win of the day. What is it, 514? Or 190? I think we probably better go ahead and call it there. That's a good game to go out on. Nice comeback win. Wish we could have gotten some ranked in the last couple of games there, but it's like Dodge Central. But I think overall today, I guess we won all three today, right? We were 3-0, and then his dodges. Oh, did he get an S? I don't know. Does it say what they got? Oh, I got an S minus? Yeah. Thresh actually got an S. That's kind of sad. But anyways, I mean, his stat line looked okay at the end, I suppose. The Swain carried. I would not phrase it that way. But anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. So thank y'all very much for tuning in. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Have a great day.